As the night begins to fall, we try to rise from the last war, and in the fragile calm of peace, there are shadows who still know the score. While all our people dream awake, a star has blazed into the sky. A special team will face the stakes. They know that living is in the way we die. It takes a chosen few to do what armies can't do. Find the truth underneath all of the lies. Track a target, pursue, crack a safety coup. Lethal weapons and masters of disguise. Keep the nation alive, send in tiger fight. Know that certainly, whatever secrets you hide, all you powers that be, the dark lantern see. The dark lantern see. The dark lantern see. As the night begins to fall, we try to rise from the last war, and in the fragile calm of peace, there are shadows who still know the score. while all our people dream awake. A star has blazed into the sky. A special team will face the stakes. They know that living is in the way we die. It takes a chosen few to do it, armies can't do. Find the truth underneath.
Hello. Hello, everyone. How are we doing tonight? Welcome back to Clickety Clackety Roll to Attackety. My name is James. I am a writer, singer, actor, and now a middle school theater arts teacher, which I'm really excited about. But yeah, welcome back. And then there are these folks. Let's start in the corner, the top right corner, with you, Basilisk.
Hi, I'm C.S. Graham, he, him. I am a photographer and editor, and I play Basilisk, he, him, Rogue Inquisitor, if that matters.
It does. It's important that you know what you're playing. So that's great. Moving right along to our professor friend.
Hello, everyone. I'm Helena, also known as Kitty Crafto on the internet. I use she, her, they, them pronouns. I'm an artist, performer, writing, creature thing. And I'm happy to be here. I'm playing an alchemist artificer named the Professor.
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 Has anybody seen The Great Race?
No?
Ben,
Such a good movie.
we'll get to you. Zero.
Hi everybody, I'm Will. My pronouns are he, him. I am a cinematographer and writer, and I'm playing the character Zero, whose pronouns are also he, him. He is a warforged blade singer wizard.
Lovely. Hammer.
Hi everyone, I'm Smoggles. I'm not a robot. He, him pronouns, and you can find me at Smoggles11 on Twitch. And I stream various horror video games. And I will be playing Dlaska, who is a human fighter, she, her, and she does not skip leg day, or arm day, or core day, or shoulder day, but especially she does not skip self-care day.
The most important day of all, and I'm very
Beautiful.
glad that that's what makes Draska as powerful as she is she takes those self-care days.
True.
That's what it takes, guys. All right. Everyone deserves a beach session and a spa day. Anyway, music box.
I don't want it. You are mean to me.
I love you very much, and I rib you this much because I'm like a school child where I pull your pigtails because I love you. So
Doesn't make it okay, James.
it doesn't make it okay, and I'm gonna work on that. I'm gonna work on that a lot.
I'm Ben.
Really?
I'm also an actor, singer, tech recruiter. Pronouns are he, him. I play Music Box, who is a changeling bard warlock, and pronouns are whatever they are at the time.
Excellent. And then, once again, there's me, James, he, him pronouns, and I'm dungeon mastering, and I'm very excited to be here. Alright, so let's get moving on a recap. If everyone is ready in the zone and ready to get potentially murdered by my horribly unbalanced encounters.
What?
Jumping in! I wrote this up. In the midst of a cold war between the 5 nations of Corvair, an unknown object has been launched into the atmosphere from the irradiated, magically unstable, and mysterious region called the Mournland. With the world once again on the brink of war due to this incident, the country of Brayland has dispatched Tiger 5, an elite reconnaissance unit, to investigate before any other nations can dispatch their forces. Tiger 5 encountered a launch site, a strange platform of advanced yet ancient construction. During their investigation, they were intercepted by a contingent of warforged mechanical humanoids developed as weapons of war many years ago. The Lord of Blades, a powerful leader with a grudge against the warforged former slavers, greeted the party amicably due to the singular warforged within the party, primarily, whom he seemed to recognize. The warforged are building a creation forge with which they plan to raise a robotic army to destroy the kingdoms of man. Despite their political differences, to put it lightly, together, Tiger 5 and the Lord of Blades determine the ominous satellite was launched by agents of a mysterious group called the Aurum. Before they can take their leave, more of these black-clad agents of the Aurum assault the Creation Forge, at which point our story picks up. So, would you guys like to recap anything that I missed during that pre-written diatribe?
That the victims at the launch site seemed placed, like there was nothing on their bodies of note, which was a little sketchy.
Also, the Lord of Blades seems to have a particular interest in me for reasons known to some of us.
Probably picked up by most of the cast. Not most of the characters.
And the audience.
And the audience, yes.
And the
It was not subtle, as much as I tried to make it so. Cool. Anything else?
Ben had Music Box had a conflict of interest that was briefly explored.
No, Ben had a conflict of interest.
art imitating life and all that.
Absolutely.
No, it's just me in the game, guys. It's all you guys and Ben.
Just a reskin.
Yeah.
Just a
His
reason.
music box is looking for some tablets of some sort,
Drugs.
and there was a trade of information, and Signet Ring was
Drugs.
given. Drugs. Drugs.
Drugs.
They were not drugs. Anyway,
No, drugs.
so we pick up as you hear the sounds of fighting, and you look up as the forge kind of spirals upwards back to the surface, as you're like 3 floors down into this base essentially, and as you look up, you see just a swarm of these black-clad, hooded, and masked agents, just tearing apart the Warforged who were unprepared for this assault. Thank you for following P2 Putu. Wonderful name. Anyway, but as you look up, you see all this happening. Next to you, the Lord of Blades has just chunk, had
It's pee-pee poo-poo. It's 2 peas and 2 poos.
the Lord of Blades has sprouted blades throughout his entire body, and turns to you and says, "Let's get to work." At the same time, you all feel a ringing as your sending tattoos light up. Not literally, but you all feel a communication at the same time. Tiger 5, do you read? There's a large contingent of unknown hostiles converging on your position.
Yes, we've encountered that as well, thank you.
Shite. Alright,
I haven't noticed.
Update, what is going on down there?
We believe they may be part of an organization called the Aurum.
The Aurum. We'll look into that, but what is happening right now? You say they're... Who are they?
Well, the
Aurum.
elites. The elites probably have hired a private army of some sort, and we also believe that they are responsible for the launch of that foreign object.
Alright. It sounds like you've accomplished your mission. Do not engage with these hostiles. especially if there are other elements they might engage with. We understand that you were with a contingent of Warforged earlier. We were unable to reach you, but make your way out of there as quickly as you possibly can.
Professor's gonna look around. Are we still in that kind of dungeony area?
You kind of stepped out of that like forge area, and
Okay.
you're like outside that door, and you're on this like circular pathway of this like Bond villain looking place with like guardrails that kind of circle around, and there's like a strange glow coming from the bottom of the cavern, and you see these agents kind of working their way down as they kind of tear through a lot of the Warforge.
Did we ultimately have our weapons taken away, or is that sort of done away with?
You did have your weapons taken away.
Okay.
Darn. What a shame.
I don't understand. What did he say before?
He said not to engage, but
No, I don't understand.
No, I
get
don't-
what he means.
I will explain it to you later. Right now, I think just make sure that everything works out in the end.
We'll have to engage just for the pure sake of leaving this place, so we'll file that under incidentals.
Yes.
Not-
Limited engagement.
Now that makes sense to me.
James, I would like to. This is just long term, I guess. If we have anybody try to engage us, I want to hold an enlarged spell on Droska.
Oh, radical. Hey, Raven Queen, it's been a minute. Good to see you again.
Hi, Raven Queen. Haven't seen
Alright.
you in a while.
You're holding enlarge. Something about that doesn't sit right with me. You hold that spell, and are you gonna make your way up? Are you gonna look for your weapons? Are you gonna try and remember where they? What is the plan right now?
I would say we need to get our weapons in order to facilitate an escape without dying in the process.
Agreed.
I
Okay.
agree.
Retroactively, what were your passive perceptions?
20.
Oh Lord.
12.
It was
And
16.
15.
Everything above a 15. You did notice that 3 kind of gathered up all of your weapons and took them to a room on the second level. So like right above you, where you start to see some of this conflict and engaging. The Lord of Blades has kind of made his way up there, and you are like, I feel like some of your hearts probably jump as you see him literally just tearing people in half and like grabbing someone by the skull and crushing it and then throwing the person down the pit. Just like horrible, brutal violence, everything you can imagine. Just
I would say that the horrific violence is quickly done away with when we realize we can use the wake of this pure devastation to get to where we're going. It is
Yeah.
a useful tornado of steel.
a delightful
Oh.
battering ram.
a useful
I would
tornado
like-
of steel.
I would like to take out that quill I have and just, as it turns into a saber, and toss it over to Basilisk. Just protect yourself, darling.
Oh, well, it's been a while, but I'll make do.
All right. So is one of you moving up there? Or are you all just going to try and make your way in there and just kind of quickly just sneak in behind the
Oh, absolutely try and make use. At least I am.
yeah, okay.
I mean,
Yeah.
I imagine what's happening is Duraska's gonna probably go first, and is going to make sure that everyone can get in on the second floor, and just guard the stairway while everyone is going in and getting their actual weapons.
Yeah, we
Alright.
can kind of like be a wedge.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
going in as a squad is the best option here.
Yeah.
All right. So you all make your way up to the second floor. You kind of push past a couple of these agents, but as they're about to engage you, which you all notice, they kind of spot you and are immediately just kind of drawn to you. But then, like, the Lord of Blades will just like elbow them, and they'll go flying into a wall and then fall down the pit.
Wilhelm scream.
Yeah, exactly. A cacophony of Wilhelm screams. Um, you make it to the door. The door is locked.
I hand the blade back,
All right, I'll take it.
and I will attempt to unlock this door with my sweet skills.
Mhm.
Make me a sweet skills check.
Oh,
May I assist?
How would you assist?
I also have proficiency with those sweet skills. But then, if not, I can always use a bardic.
Do you actually have proficiency in thieves' tools?
Yes, I do.
Okay, yeah, excellent. Just making sure.
I have a criminal background, mother.
Yeah, you can help. This is a multi-layered lock that it feels like was even more secured as you came down here. So you both work
watch
on
as,
individual locks.
You watch as music box shifts into like the size of like a toddler and climbs up on your shoulders with his own set of lock picks and is like standing on your shoulders working the lock above you.
Professor looks disgruntled in halfling.
I don't like that.
do your clothes change with you?
Yes.
Okay, I figured it was gonna be like a toddler wearing like their dad's suit or something, kind of just
That
the
is
limp noodle arms.
that is specifically the outfit that I requested.
So I rolled a natural 20 plus 6. So just
Yeah.
yes, this again. Just
It's that thing where like you could have done this with a sandwich toothpick and just like behind your back. Like the locks, as secure as they are particularly rusty, and then you just kind of hand it to Music Box. What did you get, Music Box?
Oh, I was just assisting. So I was
So it was just with the advantage. Okay, so together you both kind of get them at the exact same time and swing it open, and are even able to not break the lock, so you're able to kind of secure it behind you as you enter this room. You find yourselves in an armory. You see swords lining the walls. You see swords lining the walls. You see axes. You see knives. You even see a couple of pistols and rifles, just kind of lined in the corner. You immediately recognize all of your stuff sitting on a table in the very center of the room, kind of disorganized and not put together. Almost a little easy.
Well,
I would like, just for the abundance of caution, make sure that there's no one here that's going to do anything or look for a trap, because I feel like it's just like, haha, let the puny weak mortals just go and grab it, and then it's attached to a landmine. We'll have this laugh at dinner later.
I mean, there are other things we can do. If you think that it might explode, we can always send someone.
Well, I
I
don't
mean,
think our things are going to explode.
No. I don't mean one of us, obviously, darling. I mean, my dearest friend Horatio. You're familiar with him. My unseen servant.
I didn't realize he had a name, honestly.
Well, you didn't bother to ask, now did you, Professor?
No, I don't. I'm sorry.
Anyways, if we're done killing time, could you send your little red shirt?
Oh, of course. I'll cast Unseen Servant and send Horatio over to collect our things.
Can you read me Unseen Servant, please?
Yes. The
I think it's
spell
about to be
creates an
called-
invisible, mindless, shapeless medium force that performs simple tasks at your command until the spell ends. Servant springs into existence in an unoccupied space at the ground within range, which is within 60 feet. Has a AC of 10, 1 hit point, and a strength of 2. Cannot attack. It drops to 0 hit points. The spell ends. I don't believe it has a weight limit. Servant can perform simple tasks that a human servant can do, such as fetching things, cleaning, mending, folding clothes, lighting fire, serving food, and pouring water. Once you give the command, the servant performs the task to the best of its ability until it completes the task, then waits for your next command.
Okay. The word shapeless comes to mind. All right. So, this force kind of moves into the room, only you can really sense it and know exactly where it is, Music Box. And I'm assuming you direct it to grab your stuff?
Yes. Horatio, dearest, would you be so kind as to collect our things for us?
Horatio moves. It looks like Music Box is just talking to the air, to the rest of you. And you just wait. And then you see your things kind of lifted off the table, but only half of your things because of his strength of 2. And he brings those back over to you. While he's doing that, I'm going to roll something.
He explodes. No! My boy!
All right.
While conveniently carrying a pile of shrapnel towards us.
Your weapons start beeping. He manages to bring that to you, and you start hearing noise right outside the door. Like the sounds of combat right outside the door. And you start to hear some banging on the door as well. Horatio grabs the rest of your stuff as you start to see the metal start to heat up in a corner.
Did the pounding sound like a heavy, like Warforged fist, or did it sound like another puny mortal like the rest of us? Unlike Draska.
Perception check.
Sure.
Persinsight?
Natural 20, 27 plus something else.
The second one today.
second
Oh,
one.
Yeah, it's gonna get worse.
yeah.
All right,
It literally
you
can
can
only get worse.
You know exactly what is happening here from the glances that you got before people were horribly murdered, like Ghost Train style. You know that they seem to have a vested interest in you, and don't really give that much of a shit about the Warforged here. They might have other alternative objectives, but as soon as you were seen, their mission changed. They know that you're in here, and it's the Black-clad agents. You hear Warforged fighting outside with them, but it sounds like they're outnumbered, and these agents have it under control and are now trying to get into the room. And that's what is happening.
Very dumb question.
Yeah.
In this room of showroom floor shenanigans of death here, is there anything that could be used as a shaped charge?
As a what?
As shaped charge. Like an explosive.
There's a pile of C4. No, so
I don't know.
Make me an investigation
The
check.
old C4.
I mean, we have ye old magic guns, so...
That's true.
Is Eberron.
Oh, the magic goddess.
Say D4...
If this is a nat 20, every single one of these agents has foresight cast on them.
Oh my god.
No, it is an
Oh.
18.
Sure. Yeah, you look around and you realize how much of a bullet you dodged just now because of Music Box, as you see placed all around the room charges that appear to have little sensors that are darting across the room.
Ah, wonderful.
There's probably about
Okay.
6 of them in this room.
Professor, do you think you could somehow, reappropriate one of those little devices and put it on the door facing the other way?
I think I could do that. I'm going to gingerly approach one of the devices. Are they like small? Can I lift them and
They
tinker
are
with them?
they're about the size of Das Kapital.
Ah!
Ah,
Ah, yes, Das Kapital.
we all know that size.
Yes, of course.
Standard
By-
unit of measurement.
By Carlos Marcus.
Excellent, excellent. So she's going to like slowly, gingerly approach while trying to dodge any sort of laser minefield situation, to see if she can Yeah, I guess disable it and then re-enable it.
Okay.
Turn it off and back on again.
You're an
You tried to
artificer.
turn it
What
off to
tools
turn it
do you
back on?
have?
I guess they wouldn't have taken my like thieves tools, would they?
Well,
They
we
wouldn't have
them
taken any
back
tools.
now,
They just took your weapons, and you
Just
have
the
them back
weaponry.
if they did. Yeah.
It's the
Right. Oh yeah.
professor.
that's
Her
true.
tools are a
Literally.
weapon.
Yeah. So I'll use my thieves tools here, and see if I can.
Okay.
Yeah, just see if I can turn it off very carefully without
So
tripping any sort of
first,
wire.
make me an acrobatics check.
Okay.
Well,
And that's the nat 1, everybody. There it is, right there. Nat 1.
Oh,
I don't suppose they could have been like, oh, but watch out for that. Oh, boom.
Wait, I have inspiration because I want to live. I'm gonna use my inspiration for that.
I have inspiration because I said so. Yeah. Okay.
From
Wow.
last time, is it okay that I use it from last time?
Yeah.
Do they
Yeah.
stack?
I'll allow
Okay.
it. Okay. The
They'll
ones
not
that stack, they'll carry over to the next session, but no further.
Right.
That's how my inspiration
Excellent.
works.
Okay, thank you.
And it
You're
stacks
kind
if
soul.
the granted inspiration and inspiration I give you stacks, but not
Excellent.
inspiration that you get given.
Got it. So 16 is a little better, I believe.
So you thank you, Dreamy. You got inspiration from you got re-upped by Dreamy with some inspiration.
Ew.
So you like are heading over and you literally just kind of start to stumble, but you feel like a force just kind of catch you like right above where you can see a tiny like beam of energy like right like this close to your nose as Music Box Horatio has reached over and is using the very little of its strength to just keep Professor up. Professor, you lean back, almost stumble again, and then just kind of Ocean's 11 your way through and make your way to the charge. Now, make me a Thieves' Tools check. Use intelligence plus proficiency.
Music Box can be like, Professor, you scared the living daylights out of me.
I'm very glad that Horatio exists. I'm sorry I didn't know your name till now.
Music Box gets the inspiration.
Oh,
There it
there's
is!
nat 20, so that's plus my intelligence.
This is why y'all are the best.
23, plus, so 26 total.
All right. You've actually worked with these kind of charges before. Not
Fun.
you've disabled them many times in your like 4-year career with Tiger 5. They're very common. Like they're not using cutting edge technology here.
So common.
Yeah. You're able to disconnect the wires in a way that you can very quickly like reattach the copper. And you've been able to take the dragon shard inside of it and stabilize it with a little bit of the magic that you have coursing through you. You have the power to just drop that concentration on that magic, and the charge will blow.
Ooh, fun. Terrifying. Fun. Excellent. So I'll...
The heat metal has stopped for a second, as you hear more fighting outside the door, as if the Warforged have caught back up with them. So you have an extra moment.
Great. So she's gonna turn to Basilisk, kind of like excitedly wide-eyed. So, do I throw it at them? What are we doing here? We just placing it?
Let's put it on the door. Let me reacquire their attention as he pulls back the bolt on the rifle and he's going to just... Be here, get the door.
All right. Draska, darling, would you like to smash some things?
Draska is already stretching, has already been like stretching her legs, like doing lunges, and she's like, I thought you'd never ask. And she charges towards the door and goes horizontal to do a drop kick. And bash
So
the door
extra.
open.
So, Music Box,
Big
As-
Ashby move.
as she starts to run away, Music Box will be like, again, sorry about the coward bit. You're not the biggest coward I know, and like cast enlarge on her.
Now you are.
about
Yes.
saying the biggest coward.
What your
So, yeah.
is your strength modifier +5, Hammer? Graska?
My strength modifier is +3.
Oh,
But
okay.
no, wait, that's not correct. It's +4.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not even gonna make you roll for it. As you enlarge and you drop kick and you see your boot become half the size of the door, you just bam kick it open and you watch as you knock to the ground two of these assassins and one warforged as you see another one of the assassins throw one of the warforged into the center of the pit. And that assassin turns back towards you as the other agents are starting to get up, and you see 3 more coming down the stairs.
It is not nice to make him make trip by himself. And I'm going to grab that agent and throw them into the pit.
All right, make me an athletics check.
And I do this with advantage
because you big.
I have
You
now
big.
grown.
You have now grown,
Oh, no.
and you get an extra D4 damage.
That's
to,
not great,
stuff.
but that's still an 11.
They rolled a 5. So you just so you like kind of run out there and you just pick up the guy that's going, it's them, and then before he can finish that, you have grabbed him by the face and just throw him, and
Yeah,
he
so
goes flying with another Wilhelm. I'm sorry, continue.
Mushed him.
Well, I also am just now thinking, like, Daraska's 6 feet tall, so she's now probably about 10 feet tall.
Yeah.
Who's the Lord of
about the
Blades
same
now?
You're
size as
dwarfing the Lord of Blades by a foot. The
Just,
Lord of Blades
like,
is dwarfing you by a foot.
Yeah. And just like picks him up and then yeets him over and then looks at the other 3 like
Bang.
Right. We're gonna roll initiative.
Oh, nice. 24.
I rolled a second nat 1.
Oh my god.
So I have the opposite. That's bad.
Hey,
but it's only gonna get better now.
Now
Yeah.
it's only going to get better.
that is, look, it's equivalent exchange.
Yeah. Yes. Correct.
Well,
yes.
put it this way: you now get to understand the battlefield, then react to it, rather than just
Yes.
doing things.
I do
Yeah,
think
that
we
works for
technically
Professor.
rolled more crits tonight than
We have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've had 2 nat 20s and 2 nat 1s.
nat ones.
Now. Wild. I guess so. My total would be 3
Okay.
for nat.
Give me 1 second. I've actually got to boot up the encounter. Okay. Okay, Professor, what was it?
A 3.
Music box?
24.
Basilisk.
17.
0.
15.
Dreska.
14.
All right. So, you are currently being engaged. The Warforged are handling some of the stuff around you, but the current thing you are all facing right now is you see two of these guys wielding short swords, and one of them appears to be carrying a flintlock, or a mana flintlock. Well, whatever the medium ground between like a Glock and a flintlock is, and those are the 3 things you're currently facing. A flint Glock. Thank you. Music box, you're up first. There are 2 of these guys that are prone and they're starting to get up, but they're currently prone. And the one with the gun is like coming down the stairs.
Wonderful.
And looks slightly better armored than the other 2.
Okay. First off, I'd like to. I don't think it's an action to tell Horatio what to do. As a bonus action. Yeah, that's fine. So my bonus action, I'm going to ask Horatio, Go pickpocket something for me. Bring me back something nice from their pockets. And then I will Eldritch Blast the guy coming down the stairs twice.
Okay. Make me those attack rolls.
All right.
Wait, are
If
they coming
only-
from above us or below us?
Above.
They're coming
Okay.
from above.
So
Okay,
to
we're
illus-
trying to go up.
Yeah, once again, it's just like a corkscrew down, like a catwalk corkscrew all the way down to what you assume is the heart of the Creation Forge, probably about 2 extra levels down. And then you're on the second level, so you've got 1 level above you, then the surface.
Right, so that is a 26 and a 25.
All right, both hit.
Okay, where are my D10s? There are my D10s. Yeah. Okay, so that is a 9 and a 10. So that's going to be 14 and 15 damage. So 29 points of damage.
Gotta love warlocks. You watch as this agent starts to take aim directly at Draska, but then you hit him with 2 really hard blasts of energy that just kind of put him on his back foot a little bit as he fires a shot straight into the air and just starts to reset himself, looking at you.
Music Box is casting them at the front of his automatic pistol, so it looks like they're just coming from his gun.
Awesome. Really rad.
That is his turn.
Okay. Unseen Servant moves after you. You do not know the results of this yet.
No.
Cool.
I just want him to get me something nice. I don't care what it is.
All right, the 2 on the ground immediately stand up and are both going to try and just like on Draska, this massive creature.
That's a lady. Thank you.
Lady creature.
That's a lady creature.
That's a lady creature.
Tall lady. I
That
love
is your
you.
normal 10-foot tall lady.
Can the
She is beautiful.
Russian Amazonian say death by snoo snoo?
How did they die? Broken pelvises. Yes.
Okay, first one. So the first one is attacking you twice. That's a 14 on the first one.
Barely hits.
Okay.
I would like to use cutting words as a reaction to reduce that by a d6.
I'm not gonna roll it. It doesn't hit. So you.
Cool.
What do you say? What are your cutting words?
It's just gonna be, I don't think so. And just magical influence.
Excellent. So, for some reason, this person's gaze just kind of turns towards you for a second as it misses the first one and kind of just wraps around Draska's neck and then tries to go at her again and tries to pull the sword across her chest. That's going to be another attack. That is a 21.
Okay, fine, that hits.
I can't do anything about that one. Sorry.
I have 13 reactions. Right.
Are you saying you all don't all have reactions specifically to protect me?
Look, Droska, everyone gets one permission. That's it.
Did none of
Everybody
you
gets
did
one.
none of you plan your reaction, your characters around
Droska,
my character?
I hope you were happy because that was your one help this entire time. You
All right,
get
that's
nothing else from me.
That's 6 piercing damage, and
Oh, that's fine.
these blades seem to you've had knives go into your skin before, but this has sort of like a tingling feeling as it cuts into your body, and you're gonna take an extra 10
Blade
acid
Listerine.
damage.
Wait, hey, what?
Whoa. In
I'll do
this
it.
economy?
The other one is gonna
I'm
make
sorry,
2 attacks on you, Draska.
That's... Who said?
That's a 10
That does not hit.
and a 15.
That, well, hey, how about another reaction by anyone? Anyone who's
Has
down
feather fall?
for a fun time?
When you
wanna jump?
fall to the ground at 0 HP, I will cast Feather Fall on you. So at least you have
So
a
it's
mattress
less-
dropped under you.
Oh.
Anyway,
Poor Bari.
anyway, that's 9 piercing damage. And then 6 points of acid damage.
Okay, I mean, I'm the one person who could take all of these hits, so this makes sense. But I'm
The one
still
person
angry
who-
about it.
Could.
Could, yes, and I did. I'm still up.
So one of them just like kind of cuts you across your chest. You barely are able to like just keep them off of your neck, and the other one just jumps up and like reaches over your shoulders, trying to get you square in the back, but then like just kind of drags it across your chest like that and gets you a little bit more. Excellent. Basilisk, it is your turn.
Can I aim at one of the ones attacking Draska?
You certainly can.
In such a way that would not be a disadvantage.
Friendly fire is not gonna be a thing here.
Okay. I've worked with Draska a long enough time. Who do I think that she would consider the worst threat? The one that's currently around her neck, or the one that's kind of just flailing at her while she's dealing?
They're
with the
both
one?
kind of on her. They're probably
Okay.
equal threats.
All right, I'm just gonna go for the one who came up second because that was rude.
All right, this one has kind of got like 2 daggers like planted in her back, and is kind of dragging down and about to go for another stab.
Oh no, going up full Drax over here.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just gonna try to shoot this person in the brain case and hope that that works.
In the brain case. Are you making a called shot?
Oh, I was actually gonna do my what's it called? Bonus action of insightful fighting before I did that.
Okay.
Which is 17 against whatever their deception is.
All right. So that was a crit. There's nothing to glean there's that word again, glean from these people. They have masks on, hoods up. Their actions just seem like murder machines, a little scared probably, but immediately refocused and ready to kill. All you can really know is that these guys are professional. So like I don't know if that would give you any advantage to this.
It does not. So it's just a 19 to hit.
19 hits.
Okay. And because they're engaged, it gives me some sweet sneak attack. So let's do that.
No counters. Stop it.
No counting. We
Fine,
don't count
fine.
in this clickety-clackety math game. No counting, no numbers.
No
Fine,
numbers.
Only
counter will
emotions.
only be in head.
In my D&D
only
games,
in-
we do not do math.
24 damage.
That's true. You're still a toddler, Music Fox.
I just realized I'm still a toddler.
Oh my.
All right, 24.
You're gonna die!
You brutally shoot this guy towards the face. You don't immediately like just destroy him, but you get like a good chunk of his side like right across, and you see his mask kind of get thrown off as he turns to you with a really cool scar, looking back at you.
Oh no, he's cool.
And it's like this it's this formless not formless, it's like this just very plain human with very dark eyes with slightly red what's this white part called?
Sclera.
Sclera. That's what I thought it was. Like red sclera, black pupils, and black irises. Black pupils are normal. Anyway, that's what it is. Kind of unnerving, but that's what you see.
Yeah, it'd be a little weirder if it wasn't black pupils.
Fair enough.
Weirdo. I know things about eyes.
I think that's everything you've got, right, Basilisk?
Yep.
Okay.
If I can just move, I want to take cover behind one of the downed Warforged, if possible.
Okay, yeah, you do kind of a little combat roll and just end up behind this
And
pile of.
it's mostly flavor because I don't have the ability to take to hide now that I use my bonus action.
Right.
But it was just
You're moving to cover. That's what I'm
Yeah.
counting this as. You move to cover. There are two kind of Warforged just kind of piled on top of each other, and that creates enough for you to just kind of crouch and get behind without going prone.
cycle around and prepare for the next one.
All right, 0.
All right, there's one of them that is not on Draska. Is that the one with the firearm?
That's the one with the firearm that appears to be targeting the toddler with the gun.
Got it. Okay. In that
Texan
case,
over here.
I'm going to activate my blade song as the sound of a hammer rings out from my chest, a hammer hitting an anvil, and the ringing kind of sticks around as I run in it with my scimitar at the one that Graham was just attacking.
All right. Make me that attack roll.
All right. I cast Booming Blade and
Lovely.
make the attack with that.
Yes. Yes, Graham.
Your blade booms.
And I got an 11 to hit.
11 does not hit as he kind of takes the gun and immediately like uses it to kind of just catch your attack. Yes, Graham. Thank you for that. All right. Do you have a second attack? You use your
I
bonus
do not
action
yet.
for booming blade. Okay, so so he kind of catches that blade, and is reconsidering his options, as you have now engaged him. Draska.
Draska is going to attack the one that Basilisk has already attacked.
It's the one on your back. Yeah.
Yeah. Great. That's going to be a 23 to hit.
It doesn't hit. Yeah, it hits.
Now I'm confused.
Remind me what the additional damage is, 1d4, with now that I'm twice the size.
I think it's more than that.
Yeah, you just add 1d4 to each of your attacks.
Yeah.
Great.
Just a
So
little bit of extra.
that one attack is going to be 13 bludgeoning damage.
All right. What are you hitting them with?
I am, since they're on my back, I'm just like, and I just smash him against the wall, by just leaning back.
Yeah, you just and you can hear the wind knocked out of him, as he's
Thank you, Dreamy.
distracted. Thank you, Dreamy. As he's distracted by as he's distracted by the gunshot that just grazed his face. He is on death's door.
Was.
Great. Well, he's probably going to be more than that in a second.
Be in the room.
As that's a nat 20 to
How do you
hit
how,
him
how do you
again.
how do you ruin
So
this guy?
So it's basically smash. He like loosens his grip. She throws him down on the ground, and then just a drop kick, onto his chest, and you just hear the ribs crack. And then she looks at the other one that's been attacking her, and she just cracks her neck a little bit. And then she's going to action surge and start.
You literally
wailing
look
on
down
this
because it's like because he's like on your chest and you're just like,
man.
all right, action surge. What do you do?
I'm gonna attack this other dude twice. That's another 23 to hit.
Yes.
Or actually, wait. No, I've already decided I'm attacking. Okay. That's not as good. That's 8 bludgeoning damage. And then the second attack is another 23 to hit
Fuck.
for another 10 bludgeoning damage, and that's just basically, I think she just actually, because I feel like the punch with the fist would be too much. I think they're mostly like just grabbing onto him and squeezing.
Yeah, you just
with,
kind
with
of like,
both hands.
you give him a big bear hug and just like,
Yeah,
and
exactly.
And he's not quite bloodied, but he's definitely in a bad way, and he is frightened of you.
And bonus action.
Because of that nat 20.
Because I think, wait, I want to check. Boo. Yeah, action surge can just be done. Great. And so bonus action, I'm going to use my second win, and you're just gonna see you're gonna see her like initially be exhausted from the wounds she gets, but then you're gonna see her smile through the wounds as her adrenaline starts pumping, and gonna recover 1d10 plus 5 health.
Cool.
And I'm gonna recover 11 HP.
Holy cow.
Nice.
And that is Doraska.
Yes, it is.
We come around to the rifleman on the stairs, who's just blocked Zero's blade, and is going to just kind of parry it down, and at point blank is going to try and take a shot at you. He does not get disadvantage.
Hey.
That is a 25 to hit. 24, I'm sorry.
Oof.
I'm gonna cast shield,
This is so cool.
and that's gonna miss.
This is
As
so
I
cool.
Swing my sword up and block the bullet.
You guys are like watching this like freaking Jedi battle over here, just like and just like this. It's they're both just kind of keeping track of each other. Nobody's hitting anybody, knowing that whoever hits first is probably gonna like get the fatal blow. Not actually, but it's cool. And that is his turn. That's all he gets. Professor.
So I'm concentrating on this bomb that I have in my hands. And I probably can't fire a crossbow one-handed while holding a bomb, can I? Could I?
Is it a light crossbow?
It is. So I could.
Yes.
It does
you
it.
could-
That's not
Stick it to the front.
okay. Great. I'm gonna try to do that if possible.
Okay, what exactly are you doing? I'm sorry, I was responding to the chat.
No, you're good. I think okay. So I'm holding and concentrating on this bomb,
Mm-hmm.
and then I'm gonna take a crossbow shot at the final person engaged with Draska
Okay,
with my crossbow. Is that possible?
that is possible.
Okay, great. So I'm like, I want to use this bomb, but now's not the time.
You're holding the bomb, you're holding the crossbow. They're not relevant to each other.
Excellent. Love that for me. Okay, that's a 19 to hit.
That hits.
Excellent. And that is 7 damage, but that's better than nothing. And then I'm gonna also try to find a body nearby to just kind of crouch near. Behind.
You're gonna go share a corpse
Share a
pile
body
with
with
Basilisk.
Basilisk. Yeah.
Yes.
I didn't
Oh,
like
hello
the
there, Dad.
implications
Welcome to
of
the
share a
foxhole.
body, but yeah.
Share a body.
How much damage was that again?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Hang on to this.
Oh, good. You brought it to me.
I'm keeping very close watch of it. I'm not gonna. It's just so precious.
I really want you to think about nothing else.
She like holds it up to her eyes and just kind of stares at it.
How much damage was that again?
Oh,
shot?
that was 7 damage, piercing damage.
All right. You fire a bolt at this guy, and he just kind of he's distracted with Zero because he's like, oh, this is my duel of the fates. He's like one-on-one with Zero here, and then and like he gets distracted for a second as he notices that there are shots coming at him, and he doesn't see where it came from as you just kind of hop behind a pile of cover. It seems to it seems to just kind of graze him. Beautiful. Top of the round, music box.
All right, so this toddler with a gun is going to be waddling over with his gun and is going to take it back out and try to shoot the guy on the stairs with Zero again.
Fair.
Let me see if there's anything I want to do as a bonus action first. How's he looking, by the way?
The guy on the stairs?
Yeah.
Pretty healthy.
Okay, even though I hit him a few times?
Yep.
Cool. Then, as a bonus action, I will use Hexblade's Curse on him.
Mm-hmm.
So that way I can get a crit on a 19 or a 20.
Lovely.
And I'll take those 2 Eldritch Blasts.
Alright.
Okay, so that is a 19 plus 8 and a 15 plus 8. So
that's a crit on the first one.
Crit on the first one. Guessing the second one. Whatever. Okay, so the first one is going to be 16. Sorry, I'm math. So it was an 8 plus 5 plus 3, 16. What is 16 times 2?
32.
Thank you. So 32 points of damage on the first one. And then the second one is 4 plus 8 is 12. Yeah. So 12 points on the second one.
Alright, you take 2 shots, and the first one, like, destroys his armor. You watch as it just kind of almost decays from the damage that you inflict upon it, and the second one hits him square, square in the weak point in the armor. He's on death's door now.
All right, Zero, you have it. You can do this.
All right. Next up is the guy on Draska, and he's just kind of there being hugged. And he's going to take his daggers and just try and, like, use them to pull your arms apart. He's not grappled, but this is how we're flavoring it.
Yeah.
That is a 21.
I mean, I guess it hits.
That's 4 piercing and 4 acid damage.
Okay.
Oh, that's not too bad.
And then the second one is a 16.
Yes, that does hit.
5 piercing. Ooh, and 12 acid damage.
That downs me.
Yeah.
Oof.
So the first one's just kind of just barely like slash at your arms a little bit. Nothing too horrible. But as the acid starts to really burn you, and you start to get a little, and you let down your guard for a second, and he gets you right in the chest, knocking you to the ground, and he's on top, and he just kind of looks up at the rest of the party and is about to jump for somebody else.
I was really hoping it would be like the Venture Brothers, where it's just like she's still holding on to him.
That's exactly what's happening.
Crushed.
He's prone. He is prone as he's down there, and he's just like trying to. Okay. Yeah, he's
I
prone.
can really see Droska as Bam Brock Samson, and I'm really here for it.
All right, Basilisk.
I love it.
Seeing that my compatriot drop, I'm going to attempt to drop the person that did that. So again, I will do the insightful fighting. Or I guess, yeah, I'd sort of be like peering over the remains of a Warforged haphazard bunker and try and get a read on this person.
Go for it.
Not going to be useful. That is a nat 1 for an 11.
That 1 for an 11. Okay, I'm
I
trying.
had 3 nat 20s and 3 nat 1s now.
Oh no.
Hey,
Equivalent exchange.
I'm gonna say a nat 1, and you're just so you're a little distracted by Draska falling, and you can't quite get a read on this masked figure again. That was a 22, and
how do you?
yeah, there's really nothing there. I don't think I can really punish you for a nat 1 with this. Like, I could be really mean, but I'm not going to. So yeah.
Alright. I will attempt to take that shot.
Take the shot.
Take the shot. Which one do I shoot?
22.
That hits.
Okay.
Oh, it's a disadvantage because he's prone.
Oh, he's prone.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me
God. Well.
do that again. That one was even higher, so
It's
two will
either
go.
way. I figured.
13 piercing damage. I think that's what a bullet is in this game.
You get a good shot, and he kind of falls backwards and stumbles a little bit. There's still some fight in him, but he's on death's door.
Okay. And that's all I can do.
0.
Okay. I see this weak enemy in front of me, and I've seen Draska go down with someone looming over top of her, and I just sheathe my sword and stick my hand out in front of the guy with the gun, and point my hand in the other direction, and I cast towards the person over Draska. I cast Tasha's Mind Whip as 2 energy beams shoot out of the palms of my hands at the temples of both enemies, and they both need to make me intelligence saving throws.
Oh, God.
I'm so excited. For
Okay,
this.
so the rifleman rolls a 3, and
Nice.
the guy on Draska rolls rolls an 18.
Okay. The rifleman fails.
Okay.
The 18 succeeds. However, the 18 will take half damage,
Okay.
and the damage is really low at 4 psychic damage.
Okay.
Every little bit works.
Every little bit.
He's bloodied, and so it really does kind of addle him as he's already kind of reeling. After this fight, if he destroys all of you, he's probably still gonna die. Like, his wounds are so bad. And the other guy, how much damage was that?
It's 4 psychic. Or should I roll again separately?
I don't know the spell. Is it 2 attacks, or is it 2?
It's a single target spell that gets an extra target every level I boost it. So I boosted it 1 level to get 2 targets.
I'm gonna rule that then that it's a different roll.
Okay. A little bit better with 6 psychic damage.
Okay. And what is the effect on a failure?
So on a failure, they can choose whether they get to move, take an action, or a bonus action. They only get 1 of the 3 on their turn.
Excellent. Okay. So these assassins are really like they talked a big game. They seemed big and tough and scary when they came in here, but they were not prepared to deal with you guys. And they're both on death's door. The rifleman is addled a little bit and is just still trying to get the strength to get the gun up. Anything else, Zero?
On top of that effect, they can't take reactions. So I will actually back away.
He tries to hit you with the butt of his gun, but just kind of stumbles as you just like very slowly just kind of back away as he almost drunkenly stumbles over. You have backed away.
All right, and my turn.
Okay, and I'm assuming you're not within 5 feet of either of these?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, so you're somewhere in the middle. Okay, got it. Draska, death save, please. Message me privately.
Oh.
Yeah, that's how we do these.
Okay.
Ooh, spicy.
Oh, oh, that's fun. I no longer like this.
I like it a lot.
hate
I like it a lot
actually.
because because the rest of the party doesn't get that metagamey, like, oh, he's on 2 successful saves and no failures, I don't have to heal him.
Good.
And it
Great.
creates some, like, the moment they come over to you, you could already be dead.
Oh, good.
I like.
I'm so happy about that. I've never been more pleased.
That was in the session 0. Anyway, it is now the gunman's turn, and he's going to take a shot. That's what he's going to do, and he's going to target you, 0.
Fair enough.
That's a nat 1. His rifle is going to... There's no one within opportunity attack range, so his rifle's going to misfire.
That's true.
So, addled by your spell, he's kind of just stumbling, and he puts the rifle up, and he kind of slips, and God, I don't know how guns work, but like something messes up in the mechanism. And it basically the gunpowder explodes in his face, just kind of immediately like setting him ablaze, and he falls backwards, dead. We are out of initiative. For now.
Oh wait, I thought there was still one more guy down by
Oh yeah, there is. I'm so sorry. Professor. There's one guy who's gonna die, like, in 4 seconds.
Yeah, Professor, is feeling torn between helping Draska or shooting someone that is looking bad. She's gonna take a gamble and shoot this person with her crossbow.
Nice.
Does a 13 hit?
It does not. You take the shot, and it just kind of like flies right past him as he almost like stumbles out of the way of it. Hectorino. Anything else?
Indeed. Well, in that case, I can still use a bonus action to healing word Draska. So I'll just be like, Draska, you got this. I believe in you. I still haven't detonated a bomb, so you want to be awake for that. It was more than one word. Healing words.
The concept of an explosion
Healing
just kind of
pep talk.
fills your brain with how awesome that is. And you just kind of shoot up and go, where? And like you're ready for it. I'm not telling you what you say.
Yes.
You have
Explosive.
7 hit points.
Explosive, yes, I am ready. I'm ready for explosive. Let's explode.
All right.
Am I... Question.
Yes.
About enlarge reduce. Do I need to be conscious for that still to be happening?
No, because
I'm
he's focused. He's concentrating on it.
Great.
If you
This
were, it'd be
baby
different.
is making you giant.
I hate this, Ben.
Sorry.
No, you're
I'm
not.
not doing anything creepy with it.
It's fair. That's fair.
It's just a toddler
Friends
walking
over there
around about.
casting extends.
Just
It's
boss
just small
baby
and
with
tall.
small
Yeah.
and tall. Yeah. Oh god.
I chose a changeling so I can be whoever I want to be. Today I'm feeling like
I love
a baby.
that. I love that for you, Ben. It is your
Today
turn.
I'm just a little baby.
Little baby.
I'm a little baby. All right, now let's get it. I'm sorry.
Everyone just stays in the forge because now it's just awkward.
Everyone takes 4 psychic damage.
I'm down again.
Also, I was like,
Well, to be fair, you have to
maybe
go
we
over a
just
certain
lost-
threshold to take psychic damage.
Yeah,
Well, I was like, maybe we just lost all of our viewers, and then I looked through. I was like, oh, we have like 4 people in chat called "Not a Bot," definitely,
Not
and then a number
Nice.
afterwards. Not a Bot, Def 11, 17, 3, and 5. All right.
I do appreciate that they say it's not a bot.
Yeah, I mean, like I trust him. Today I'm feeling like a
I trust
baby.
him.
Ben, January 27th. It's true. It's true. I do feel like a baby today. Cool. Then how's this dude that just took Draska down?
No, he doesn't look. He doesn't look good.
Okay. He looks no. He looks
no.
Okay.
He
The
looks
light,
down.
the light is already fading from his eyes. You assume because he still has the mask on.
The vibes are bad, Ben. The vibes are bad.
Bad vibes, bad vibes.
Got it.
You hear him
got it.
mumbling to himself, bad vibes, bad vibes.
The prognosis of nah.
I'm, just to flex on this dude, I'm gonna use vicious mockery on him, and I'm gonna toddle my way up to him and put my hand on his
Pull
leg.
up your diaper. Just
I think you should probably lie down now. So that's my vicious mockery of him.
You gotta work on those, bud.
Hey man, I don't look. That's why I said I'm flexing. I don't have to do shit.
That is a 10 on the wisdom save, though.
Cool. He's gonna take that damage.
Now, to be fair, in Ben's defense, is one time, if a little gun-wielding toddler walks up to you in a full diaper and just goes, "You're taking a nap," in full baby speak, that's gonna do some things to your ego.
that's
You're
that's where I'm
taking
kind of going with it. Is it's just like, yeah, I think I do need to lie down now.
That's max damage.
He's just like, you say you need to lie down now, and he's just kind of bleeding, and okay,
Okay.
and he just falls dead.
All right. Cool. I win.
We're out of that initiative. There is still stuff going on, but
Big cat baby.
you see a relatively clear pathway up to the higher levels as the fighting seems to have gone into more of the side rooms, and the fighting that is on the stairwell, you feel like you could slip by if you are quick, or subtle, or you basically use the distraction to your advantage.
Create a bigger distraction towards the professor.
Professor is way too happy.
I would like to cast Healing Word on Droska while still maintaining Enlarge. And
We could pull a mask off.
I guess it only lasts for a minute, so let me just double check. Yeah, up to a minute. So it probably will be over before we can really do very much with it.
Sorry,
As you pull the mask off, you see a
Ooh, nice.
a similarly like feature, almost like just bland,
Utterly bland.
very bland face, but with those red sclera and black pupils and black irises.
Droska, you get 9 more hit points back.
Also, music box. You feel something put into your hand by your unseen servant,
Nice.
and it is a single small dragon shard,
Nice.
glowing
Alright, I
with
will-
red energy.
Oh, like it's about to explode? Red
No,
energy,
not
or-
it's not an unstable dragon shard, but
Okay, cool. But I could potentially throw it and make it explode. Maybe. Or just power something cool for a little while.
that's what you know right now. What are y'all doing?
I'm gonna change back into a normal sized boy.
Oh, thank God. Okay.
Question.
Yes.
Is this something I could do quickly of like trying to recall if I know of any sort of creature, like magic touched or otherwise, that would have eyes that look like this?
Make me a religion or arcana check. I'll give you different things.
Okay. Let's do an arcana.
My D&D Beyond just crashed.
No. That's 21 for me for arcana.
Which arcana?
Mhm.
All right. They're not bloodshot. There is something. You get the sense that these would not, in a D&D sense, be classified as humanoids. There is something fiendish about them. You can't exactly place what this is, but their similar-looking features imply that they were spawned from Kyber itself, just en masse. Like they're just almost being as mass produced as the Warforged are.
James, may I ask you specifically, just so I may add it to my equipment, if this is an Eberron, Kyber, or Cyberus Dragon Shard?
Will, correct me. Kyber Dragon Shards are mostly associated with evocation magic, correct?
I am not super familiar with that. Actually.
Kyber Dragon Shards have an affinity for binding magics, elemental binding, airships, lightning rail, elemental galleons, that sort of thing.
Okay, so it's probably not it might be
Eberron Shard is primarily refined into a glowing powder, can fuel almost any active magic, casting a spell, blah blah blah.
I'd say it's an Eberron Dragon Shard then.
Cool. I'll do that then. Danke.
Bitte. Alright, okay. Excellent. So, you have examined this corpse and kind of determined that much. If you have, with a 21, do you have specific other questions that I as the DM could answer that you're probably looking for?
I mean, the main thing was, like, where would they hail from? But maybe that wouldn't come from features because travel and transportation's the thing. So
yeah.
But,
you wouldn't know where, but you get the sense that they're demons. They could have come up from any hole in the ground, really.
Well,
But they seem organized, which is strange.
yeah. Cool. So I'll just kind of mumble to myself loud enough that everyone can hear, which is Professor's way of communication sometimes. Be like, yes, it seems like you are a fiendish type of creature, though you are quite organized. Oh, they're fiendish. And then she'll go back to the bomb.
That's wonderful to know.
Pets the bomb again.
Cecil, they're fiendish.
Oh, we are going very Dr. No now.
Professor No.
Doctor, yes!
Dr. No is my father. Yeah.
All right, so y'all are sitting on this catwalk discussing this. The combat is still going above you, and I am rolling things right now. Yes,
I
Basilisk.
am sort of gauging the way forward and upwards, looking for the thicket of the fighting, looking about how we can actually get up and around and through. Just trying to figure out a path.
Make me a survival check.
Great, because I am fantabulous at those.
I'd say probably around this time, Droska returns to normal size. We reach equilibrium. I grow back up,
yeah.
you shrink back down. It's
Yeah.
equivalent
Oh,
exchange.
speaking of equilibrium, that's a nat 1
Oof.
for...
No, you've offset the balance. Now we're 4 and 3.
No, it means that there's a nat 20 on the way, guys.
Just wait for the nat 20.
You can't make hide or hair of anything. You think you see a pathway through, and then it kind of disappears. Another pathway appears and then disappears, and you need a bit of time. And so I'm gonna make another roll to see if they spot you. And that was a nat 1 too. So they actually you buy yourself
We were
some time.
actually just
They
like
balance
right
out.
next to each other, just sort of like facing opposite directions, like a couple of stupid genome soldiers.
Exactly. Yes.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I have.
are these?
Yes. Jessica.
I have a. So we know that it's kind of like we either move very quickly out of here, or we we just are sneaky and try not to, or cause other distraction.
Why not all?
I'm asking DM, is this correct thing?
Unless you can think of something else, the most obvious solutions that you guys have pointed out so far are move quickly through and just like shove people aside, kind of weave your way through the combat without drawing attention, or cause some kind of distraction to make those things easier. The distraction would probably give you advantage on whatever check you would make.
Okay. 0. Pick a number. 1, 2, or 3.
3.
Okay.
My lord.
Cause distraction. Let's see.
We
What
have
is
a bomb.
distracting?
A bomb? A bomb.
I have Cecil.
Oh, Lord,
Are
she's
you
made
are
it.
you emotionally attached to Cecil, or can
No.
Cecil be used?
No, he just serves a purpose.
That's
That's
good.
not
I
how-
won't. I won't look into that any further.
That is not
It's
how we
fine.
speak about our pets, Professor.
Cecil's just bursting with life. Shall we? Where would
Um,
we like to apply, Cecil? I try not to look down the pit at the creation forge because I'm trying not to go that route. But
Can you?
I don't know if
can you-
he's big enough to do well. I don't
can
know
you
what the
throw
creation.
him? How far do you think you could throw him? Professor?
I can throw him as far as my little arms can throw, or I could cast. I have a spell called catapult.
Or-
and I can
or-
throw it.
Not to reduce your plan, but we could just have Horatio carry it there. Save your energy for something later.
But catapult is also fun.
would we throw it at the
Jaska's
ceiling
just really
then?
happy.
Who the hell is Ben? Oh, you said
Then,
Ben.
then
It's like, who the hell are you talking about?
Get
The-
bigger
you
headphones.
Throw it at the ceiling.
There really
What?
is.
There isn't one, right?
Yeah,
There's not
no.
a direct ceiling. There's like the underside of catwalks and like overhanging, like it's kind of like Fallout bombed out, where you can see like floors that were above you, but they're just kind of bombed out like ledges essentially. So you could find some purchase. It wouldn't be very centralized, but you could.
Did we also
blow
get a
something up.
did we also get a sense of where the Lord of Blades went? Like when we were going up to the door, which way did he go? Did he go up? Did he just stay on that level?
He was working his way up.
Okay.
You no longer see him, and you assume that he's either on the surface or he's made his way off into one of these side rooms and side hallways.
Since I'd
Well,
rather
they-
not anger the next war before we're ready for it, let's not destroy the Creation Forge and let's just try and blow up maybe a wall or some goons on our way out.
what I will
We
say
absolutely
is,
not destroy the creation forge. That would be terrible.
Yes, well,
Sure.
it does seem like he would be able to recreate one, although it would be at a great cost.
right, this is very good discussion after we leave. So, on the one hand, Horatio could get bombed there very slowly. On the other hand, catapult could get it there very quickly.
Sorry, just so I'm aware, the player, when you say there, what is the
Yes,
location in your
where
mind?
are you? Where are you?
Draska is just happy for explosion right now, so she
Oh, I
hasn't
see.
thought that
Draska is
far.
happy
There's just,
for
there's just
explosion.
a hypothetical concept of an
Draska
explosion
is like,
source.
wherever we
its
want
destination.
explosive to go.
I think you make a really good point, Draska, and I think that launching it really quickly into a group would be a much better distraction than walking it somewhere.
Of course. And I'm simply saying if we are trying to be subtle and let it prove as a distraction rather than it
No,
was
zero.
just shot from somewhere.
I'm giving y'all
Zero,
latitude
wait.
to talk, but just as a reminder, I'm still
Yeah.
rolling.
Yeah,
Things are
zero
happening.
pick 3, so we're doing distraction.
Okay. So shall we just progress, and then as soon as we see a clump of people, we throw Cecil?
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
Let's try to avoid other Warforged.
Will do. No promises.
Right. Right.
Gonna, I guess, start
Alright.
weaving on up
Start
if possible.
charging up.
All right. As you make your way up, you're starting to approach the core of the fighting, which is still on that first floor. There must be like 50 Warforged and 30 of these guys just duking it out through this entire room. There's no real clump of them. However, there are several spots where it would be very inconvenient if a bomb went off there. In terms of like shifting the focus of the fight.
So
Well-
is it still like it's first floor, but we are right next to stairs going up?
You were basically at the stairs, kind of coming up to the front floor where you see that first level, like where you met the Lord of Blades before you came down.
So my question is, do we have to go across that floor to continue going up, or do we just have to distract them so we don't see us continuing to move upwards?
You're not continuing to move upwards. You're continuing to move out. You made it to the first floor.
Okay.
Um,
Oh, so first floor is surface.
yes, you're at the surface.
Got
Yeah,
it.
you're at the surface. There's a lot of people in this room. It's unlikely that without this, it would be extremely hard without this distraction to slip through, being the only real non-warforged or mask-clad people in the room. Besides Zero.
Just quick retroactive thing. Could
Yes.
we have picked up a couple of the masks and at least one set of robes or whatever they're?
I think two of them fell down the forge.
I
I
will.
know
one
like
of
one of
them-
them at least
okay.
got their mask like destroyed by gunfire.
Yeah.
So
Normally, I would say that you would have had to make that call, but since there are bodies just kind of lining this whole catwalk, as soon as you get up there, you could hypothetically just and grab some.
it's
So
if it helps, it's not about trying to use it to sneak through. It's more just for we'll use this as a fun ingredient for later kind of thing down the road.
It's a secret.
it's a secret
tool
tool that we'll use
That
for
was it.
later. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can probably grab as many as you want. In terms of these, let's call them. Let's just call them assassin uniforms.
What do you say?
If you're
we
gonna
grab
be an
5?
assassin,
What'd you
gotta
say,
wear
Zero?
a uniform.
What do you say we grab 5?
Seems like a nice number.
Nice round number. Wait.
Wonderful.
Wait,
We'll have an extra. I don't necessarily need one for wearing, but nice to have one even still.
Okay. So I've spotted a couple of places where a bomb going off would be rather inconvenient. I would like to go ahead and yeet it.
Okay, I'm gonna give you your options. You see some fuel tanks in the corner that would probably destroy half the building. Probably injure some Warforged too. But mostly your enemies. You see a weakened part of the ceiling that would collapse with an explosion. And probably crush a good amount of, probably a worse amount of Warforged, but still a lot of the enemies, and it would create enough of a distraction that people would have to move out of the way to avoid being hurt by it. And then you see a doorway where they seem to be kind of funneling through, and the Warforged seem to be exiting through, like the main point of ingress. So those are kind of your options.
Okay, do I do the door? Do I do the ceiling? Door, ceiling, basilisk. Pick a number between 1 and 2.
Door.
Piss.
Basilisk, piss.
Door.
No.
Excellent. Yeet. She's going to throw or use catapult, which is a new spell. That's a big spell for Elmo. It's a new one.
Elmo?
For Elmo. That's me. I'm Elmo.
That's Professor's real name.
And yeah.
I was gonna say, it's just like, wait a
Secretly.
minute.
Oh,
It
that's
contains
amazing.
all of the letters of her first name, though, in that single word. Anyway, so catapult needs a dexterity save. So
The
dexterity.
door makes a dex save. That's a nat 1. Let's go.
Let's go. Okay, great. And then I
Isn't
guess
it
I'll
technically
use
restrained?
catapult
Shouldn't that be with
damage.
disadvantage?
Incapacitated,
Yeah.
petrified.
Auto crit.
Wait, is the door prone?
Prone.
It's about to be.
Is it Gothic or Renaissance? We have to ask. Not
What's
Gothic,
its on
Renaissance.
bond?
Romanesque.
Roman.
It's
Okay,
about to be
I don't
brutal.
know, because catapult is not about bombs. It's about just random items. So it's like 3d8 damage. I don't know how much the bomb would do.
I'm gonna say the damage of the catapult is pretty irrelevant.
Okay, great.
You launch this at. It basically has the power of like a 5th level fireball, essentially. And as you launch it at the door, just make me an attack roll using using intelligence. Let's just do that.
Okay.
Using your spellcasting modifier.
Yeah. That's a 21.
Yeah. All right. So you sink the shot. It goes right at the door. People see it kind of whiz by and watch it kind of explode. Everybody just like kind of Gah! And just like tries to dive out of the way, and it just blows that door apart, blowing the wall wide open and sending basically everything that was near that door prone. And at least taking half damage from a successful dex save. You have an opening.
Great. Shall we run?
Time to go.
Yeah. Who has less than 30 feet of movement?
Me.
Okay, Duraska's gonna have you go on her back, and everyone's gonna start dashing.
Hold on tight, spider monkey.
I cast haste on Droska.
Oh shit.
I'm
Duraska's
so
the
safe.
All right.
Just
I'm so
T1000ing it to a different campaign.
All right. As you make your way out, you break out into the open air, and you see several large sky cars that have been unloading these bad guys, and they mostly seem unattended. The fighting is mostly happening inside, but they've all just kind of touched down.
Anyone know how to
Did we-
fly?
I was about to say, did we get a command for how we were going to be extracted, or are we kind of on our own on how we extract ourselves?
You were basically told you have those sending tattoos. Let them know, and they'll help you out. Basically, find a safe location to hunker down, and then we'll come get you.
Got it.
So really, they want nothing to do with it until there's no danger involved. That's fine.
They weren't anticipating this, probably.
I don't think
Create
any
our
of us
own
were.
openings. So what's the nearest one that seems unoccupied?
Um,
And
there's like 6 of them, and they're kind of all equidistant, like in a semicircle outside of the compound.
would you say that my extensive military background would give me a sense that I could at least competently use one of those things?
Does anyone have proficiency with any vehicle whatsoever?
Probably not.
Hold on.
Any kind of kit, any kind of tools? I'm your gal.
My proficiencies are with disguise kit and horn.
I can probably.
You can honk the
Yes.
horn.
Yeah.
You can honk the horn.
I can
very
honk.
well.
I can honk the horn.
Oh
Terrible
man, that's a
joke.
video game. Road Rage
Can-
Draska.
Can I convince the car that I know how to drive it?
Okay, so I'd say that all of you have some basic understanding of how one of these things works. You've been in them enough times that you kind of get it, but it's like, no matter how many times you've been in a helicopter, if you haven't been trained on how to ride one, it's gonna be weird and bumpy. You might be able
Hi,
to figure
Iskra.
it out. Hi, Iskra.
Basilisk, for some reason, I feel like you should try.
I'm very
Well.
good at honking the horn of it. So
Well, we might need people to get out of the way in a moment, so keep that in mind as an option.
Alright, well, this will be fun.
Sorry, what is the name of our chief again? Is that T?
T.
Is that the T? We are commandeering one of their crafts. We will be heading in. I look at like the dash for whatever kind of radar system on
you haven't
this
en-
bearing.
Have you? So you've entered the.
Yes. So-
okay.
Oh, sorry. I
As
just
you
begun quite
enter,
literally.
you see that this thing is currently sort of occupied. Give me one moment.
Oh,
Oh, I'm sorry. I did not realize it was occupied.
Do I need to give you a moment?
Hold on. Does anyone have key? I thought this was my car.
Those little balls on the aerial should be on every car.
Really?
So as you enter, you kind of hear a growl, and turning around, looking like he's he was talking to someone in a language I don't think any of you understand. Do any of you know Abyssal?
No.
Why? No.
I thought we were going, why?
Why?
No.
Okay. They were kind of speaking in this thick guttural language, and then they turn around and see you, and we're about to roll initiative again as you come face to face with a strange, tiger-looking creature that seems to have hands that are a little backwards.
Well,
I will show this
Wait,
on.
is it Tiger from Zootopia?
Yes.
He would take care of me.
That's what we're calling that.
Would this technically now be Tiger 6? Do we have to change all the
Yeah.
brand marketing?
This, you have met Tiger 6. And he goes, oh, hey, what's up? I'm here to get you out of here.
Oh, yay!
And he just
That's
kind
our
of,
best friend.
he kind of looks at you, and he bares his shield, and he pulls his sword, and he is ready to engage. Give me a second to boot up the encounter.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Well,
Got a 23 for
How big is this thing, James? By the way.
This guy,
No, the craft we're in.
it's probably about as big as the one you came here in. It's very similar. It just looks
Okay.
it looks of probably older make.
Okay.
Like it's kind of like you came in like the most modern Osprey or whatever it is. I don't know anything, but like the most modern version, and it's like a Soviet era version of that.
Okay.
So like it's
So there's space.
Soviet Osprey.
There's space inside of it. Okay.
there is space.
It's a tin can, some hope that they just sort of, well, they use catapult, I imagine.
Yeah, it casts catapult on
it,
itself.
hope it lands. It catapults the earth away from it.
Yeet at mixed level.
I guess the
Yeet
that
that
makes
next
level. Okay. Initiatives, please.
20.
I also got to 20. But I'm sure your dexterity is better. Plus 2.
Plus 4.
Yeah, you
Okay.
win.
I'm gonna have you at 21. I'm gonna have you at 20.
I got a 23.
Ah, well, it's moot.
Okay. Basilisk,
9.
Nice.
Draska.
Well, I got a net 20 for a total of 23.
Oh.
Okay, you go absolutely first. So you're kind of on the back foot, Basilisk, as you're trying to contact T, and you're expecting this thing to be empty, and it isn't. So you're on the back foot.
Just imagine like the rifle's over my back, like
Yeah.
about to go in, like talk. It's like,
Yeah.
Uncles.
Absolutely. All right. Draska, you're up first.
Okay, reminds me, it is action in order to drink a potion, right?
It's a bonus action to drink. It's an action to give it to someone else.
Oh, I'm glad you say that.
I had 4 million house rules. I will let you know.
Because I am going to now, how far away is he?
This thing is larger. I'd say but like not that large. I said he's probably about 15 feet away.
15 feet away?
Yeah.
Perfect. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take out the syringe and smash it into my arm. And now I'm gonna grow double my size again. And this condition will last for 1 hour. And I am going to run up to him and I'm going to try to grapple him.
No downsides.
Right.
I love it.
You are currently hasted, by the way.
Oh no.
Does that mean I get 2 actions per turn?
It means you get you get like an action that you can use for 1 attack.
Yeah.
It's a little weird. But also your AC is increased by 2, and something else. I think
your movement is doubled.
Yeah.
Oh, that's perfect. That's very good actually. Okay. So the my strength attack, my strength athletics with the grapple is a 21.
All right. You rush up to this guy, and he's much smaller than you at this point. But as you try and pick him up, he just kind of grabs your arms. He grabs your arms and just kind of pushes them to the side. For a small creature, he's unsettlingly strong as he rolls a 25.
Great. I will headbutt him.
All right, let's go.
Ah, shit. I don't get advantage. It's strength saving throws and strength ability checks, not strength attacks. For a large reduce, correct?
No, not strength attacks. You just get extra damage out of it.
I just get extra damage out of it. Well, that was not great. That is going to be 10
Alright,
to hit.
Yeah, so as you try and headbutt him, you just kind of hit him square in the head, and it's one of those things where he just doesn't even respond to it. He kind of growls, and like you see a slight smile stretch across his face. And he goes,
This is gonna be good fight. I
I
like this already.
expected more, he says. Anything else?
Let's see. I use my.
I think you have an
bonus
extra attack.
action. Oh, I do have extra attack. Oh, come on. Well, in that case, I will do extra attack.
Because of haste.
That's going to be. I rolled a natural 19, which is a critical hit because of my champion archetype.
Excellent. So he goes, I expected more. How do you humble him?
Oh, I apologize. And I
Icky.
throw him back and smash his head into mine. So now it's not just my force, it's his own force.
Excellent.
So that's going to be 7. I forget. Is the damage bonus also doubled?
Roll and calculate all damage, and then double that.
Roll and calculate all damage and then double that. So that was 11. That is 22 damage, bludgeoning damage directly to his noggin.
All right. So you deal that damage to his noggin, and he just kind of, but he seems to not be particularly. He's less hurt by this than you think that a being would be. You get the sense he's probably resistant.
Yeah, fuck.
All right.
I mean, still though.
Still did decent damage.
Yeah, so that is Taraska's turn.
All right. 0.
The ring of the anvil rings out from my chest again as I activate my blade song, and I'm going to run in and cast Booming Blade. Going to be a 21 to hit.
He is going to see that coming, and he's gonna hold up his shield, and you see just like a magical energy come across it as it catches the blade as he casts shield.
Ah, nice.
Well,
That
that's
is going to
rude.
be my turn.
All right.
He did use up his reaction, so that's pretty sweet.
Music box.
I would like to use my bonus action to cast Hex on this gentleman.
All right. You kind of twist your how does your hex manifest?
You watch as Music Box extends his fingers, and you watch as his shadow elongates out and wraps around his ankles and just pulls him into place. Yeah, so that's how that's gonna
As
be.
the shadows wrap around his ankles, they seem to he seems to just kind of like, and the shadows dissipate into the ground.
I don't like that.
These
I don't like that at all. All right, fine. Eldritch Blast.
Anyway, I started blasting.
Anyway, I started blasting this son of a bitch. Try to do something cool and you shake it off. All right, you son of a bitch.
It was really cool.
That is an 18 and a 25.
Both make purchase, but you see them kind of ripple and like spread across his skin as nothing happens.
Well,
What?
cool,
What
I guess. Well then, I guess that's my turn.
All right, Professor.
And what was it that you just cast, Ben?
Eldritch Blast.
Huh. Okay. Well, Professor, seeing all of this is kind of towards the door, or she's kind of backed up just a little bit, and she's gonna go, well, maybe this'll help. And she takes out a big spray can. It's a little too big in her halfling hands, with a bright green top, and she will try and cast Ray of Sickness on him.
What level is that?
It's level 1 and 24 to hit.
You spray this energy at him, but as it's infused with magic, once again it just kind of washes over him.
Ah, so it's magic. That's no good. But then why is Draska? That's my turn.
It is now his
Taco,
turn.
We are aware.
It is now his turn, and he goes, "This is always my favorite part of any fight." And he kind of says that to all of you who just tried to do cool things to him and are currently very disappointed. And then he looks back up at Draska, and he's going to drop his sword and his shield, and he's going to crack his knuckles, and he is going to attack you 3 times.
Okay.
First one's a 9.
No.
Second one's a nat 1. Want to take your opportunity attack?
Yes, I would. Okay. Opportunity attack.
Opportunity attack.
Opportunity. That is dirty 20.
That hits.
And that's going to be 12 bludgeoning damage.
Okay, he takes
As
6.
I basically like go hit a jab to his face, like going into full on boxing mode.
All right. It's one of those things where it's like one of those horrible monsters that you hit it really hard and it just darts right back to you. But he did just kind of like overshoot, and you just threw him aside and bopped him in the face.
It's like punching bag. I understand.
Yeah. It seems like he's trained in like some kind of very like strict and disciplined martial art, and you're just like, no, fuck that, and just like clock him in the face.
So
Yes.
I actually, it's totally fine if this is not a thing. But would the nat 1 allow me to like notice, because he like overshot and I had like a second to breathe, to notice if maybe there was some sort of thing on him that might be protecting him from magic that he is wearing? Like some sort of amulet, something around his wrist.
I'll let you make like a perception check
Great.
or
Wearing the
insight,
arcane
your choice,
turtleneck.
What?
or insight, your choice. Different things, but your choice.
Yes, I am going to use perception. I'm going to use my inspiration. I feel like this
use
is-
perception.
I
I use
oh no.
inspiration.
Well, I'm gonna keep the 13 I got and remove nat 1. So that is 13.
Okay, with a 13, you kind of look him over, and he's actually wearing less armor than most of the other things that you've encountered up to this point. Yet he seems harder to hurt, not only with magic, but with everything. You get the sense with a 13 that whatever's happening is something innate.
Ah, he's a naturally resistant being. I don't like.
I do not like.
I
All right,
do not like him.
he's going for his third attack. And that is a 22.
Ah, well, you'll see with the increase that hits.
It's not like I can use silvery barbs on him because that wouldn't affect him, right?
No, it for every turn I have haste, it increases by 1 every turn, right? AC. So I'm at 13 now, I think.
30.
Yeah.
I'm not going to respond to that then.
Yeah.
I let you fill in gaps.
Yeah.
Phrasing.
Phrasing. All right, you're gonna take 8 slashing damage as he slashes across your chest. Make me a strength saving throw.
Oh, I have advantage on this.
Ooh.
That is 16 strength save.
All right. You take 16 points of slashing damage, additional slashing damage, and the slash is so hard it almost throws you back.
I mean,
but you're
I'm down, so it's not a it's
okay.
not a thing.
Okay. Oh, okay. It would have thrown you back 10
down to
feet.
Tiger 5.
So he just puts you down on the ground. And he just kind of steps over you and looks at everyone else and just goes, "All right, who's next?" No. All right, who's next? That's it. I was copying your
my voice.
accent. Yeah, he gets your
He is
voice.
now you.
He is now you. He assumes your
Taraska gets
form.
up for a second, being like, "Hey, you can't copy my voice."
All right, Basilisk.
He kills you, he becomes you. Just command. Hold on a second. I'm just going to try and level the rifle at him.
Mm-hmm.
Bonus action, attempt to read this goon.
Okay.
22.
I love the image of like, oh no, we can't fight him hand to hand. Boom, 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 boom.
Bullets, my only weakness. How did you know?
Take that, Tony the Tiger.
Okay, so I'm gonna give
I
you
mean,
something a
in
little.
folklore.
I'm gonna give you something a little extra.
Okay.
He rolled a 4, so
Okay.
his bravado is just kind of like you're starting to notice that he thinks he's basically untouchable. You get the sense that weak enough spells can't really hurt him. You get the sense that most non-magical attacks are also probably not gonna hurt him much. And he just put down your biggest warrior, so he threw 3 strikes and only 1 hit. So you're assuming that he kind of means business, but he's a little cocky as well. So you get your insightful fighting benefit and a little bit extra.
Sorry, if I understand that correctly, it's that like low-level spells kind of meh, but something a little juicier will.
Something
Okay.
a little juicier might.
Darlings, if
sure.
you'd bring out your most outlandish party tricks, just dig deep into that well.
Phrasing.
Oh, darling, who do you think I was referring to?
Are you flirting with me? And before he finishes the sentence, what do you do?
Well, I'm going to make you purr one way or another, and I'm just gonna fire.
Take advantage
Don't.
on that. Oh, you already have it. Like,
I already
that's
have
amazing.
it.
Yeah.
That's a nat 20, and I didn't need my advantage, but oh no. Okay, so I gotta roll this the other way because it's not going to work properly. Flat roll. Just give me 1 second to tally this all up. 26 times 2 is what? 52?
52.
52 piercing damage.
All right. So the
You
bullet,
just shear off half the whiskers on his face. Just
you get him like exactly where you want to hit him. You think you're gonna shear off a part of his face, but it doesn't have as much purchase as you thought. You do bloody him as he starts to just kind of start to show a little bit of wear and tear. His fur just starts to get a little more matted, and no, you do kind of skim him right here, and a little bit of black blood starts to kind of drip down his face.
you want to know how I got these scars?
Do you want to know how I got these scars?
Here
Excellent.
and his
Check me,
stripes.
darling. I just want to like back out of the craft now that I kind of have his attention and just try and lure him away from the downed Draska.
All right. Draska. Make me that save. 0.
I saw him taking all those swings at Draska up close and personal.
Yep.
And I get a little worried, so I slam down on a button on my chest, and my entire form starts to go blurry as if I'm shifting rapidly, and I cast Blur. However, that is going to end my turn. I am, if I'm not already, which I think I am, I'm going to get in melee range of him.
Okay. He spontaneously creates a polearm, and he has polearm master. Music box.
I'm going to one bonus action, healing word Draska.
Yep.
So that is 9 hit points back to you, Draska. And then I will take out my packed weapon, grabbing that quill again, and shoot. And I will charge the Tiger Boy.
All right.
This is a terrible idea. Yeah, I'm gonna try to attack him. It's not gonna go well.
Quick question. Don't you get something for... This is a retroactive thing. Don't you get something for killing something that you've Hexblade cursed?
Temporary hit points.
You got
No,
those.
I get 7 hit points back, but I didn't take any damage.
You didn't take any damage.
So.
Fair enough. Okay, never mind. Just checking.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
What is that?
That is a natural 20.
Hey.
Excellent. All right, go for it.
I mean, it's not going to do very much. Pull this
I'm
up.
sorry.
Where-
The things that come in melee range. First things that go down.
This is very. First of all, Smoggles has played many of these characters, and I do have a counter going for one
Okay.
of my melee characters.
That
Also
is-
the tank.
That is going to be 13 points of slashing damage from my Hex Whip. I don't think that makes it magic or anything, though. So, I think it's just regular slashing. Oh, no, sorry, regular piercing.
So it was 13, and you would have doubled that from the crit?
Yeah, I would have doubled that.
So that would have been 26, so it's 13, so then it's... Okay. Alright. Once again, all of you are getting really sick of this shit. He's reveling in your frustration as you like feel like you just stab him right in the gut, and the sword goes right through him, and he just kind of winces a little bit, but is just locking eyes with you. It's a very intimate moment. Anything else?
Hey, go fuck yourself. Stab it through the gut. That's all I got. I'm not a clever bard, I'm just a bard.
Professor.
Professor will honestly, if she can just kind of scamper up to where Droska is, I'm gonna just give more points, HP to Droska. If I can cast Cure Wounds.
Okay.
Just for a little extra something.
Counterspell.
Counter. I swear to God.
James, you haven't done that since Ravenloft.
I'm gonna
throw
I'm gonna
something.
do a campaign one of these days. I'm not gonna tell anybody before the game. Like, I'm just gonna be the most dick DM ever. And I'm gonna give every creature counterspell at least once a day.
Oh my God.
James, that
And
is the day
shield.
this channel dies. That is the day this channel
Everything
dies.
has counterspell and shield.
Okay, but then if you're doing that, all of us have to play the most chaotic headcanon characters that we've ever come up with, right?
Like,
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
min-max.
I'll
I
just be
give
called
you the
back
I give you the
into it.
stats that I gave everybody for Knights of the Club table.
Look, James, if you do that, I'm bringing out Dagrin again.
No. Well, see, I know. Okay, you keep saying that. I know how to handle Dagger now. Anyway, let's continue.
So you say that, but
Anyway,
10 HP to you, Miss Droska.
okay.
And then she'll scamper away.
That would trigger an attack of opportunity.
Oh, I thought he
Is he-
stepped over her.
yeah, he stepped over and walked out, didn't he?
No, he just like it was more of this like
I tried
put him
to
down
lure him
and then
out, but-
and then like stepped forward and went who's next. So he's like still
okay.
there.
Then I will stay there.
Okay. He turns around and looks at you and goes, "Oh, aren't you sweet?" And he's gonna take
It's
three.
no fun.
And he's gonna take 3 attacks at everything that's around him right now.
Bye. Bye, everyone. I've had a lot of fun.
All right.
All
I
on
made
Draska.
a bomb named Cecil today.
You're okay. You're okay, Professor. That's an 8. That's a 10 to hit.
That
So
doesn't hit.
so he kind of swipes right over your head. Not used to like he was just fighting something huge, and now he's trying to fight something small, and you just kind of like tumble out of the way. Then
Gotta
he's just,
recalibrate.
and he's gonna take the next swing at Music Box, and that is a crit.
Can I cutting words a crit?
I'll allow it.
Okay.
I'll allow those abilities that change something to negate that.
Right, because silvery barbs wouldn't affect him though. So yeah, I'd have to use cutting words if you would allow
Yeah.
that then.
I'll allow it.
Cool.
That's not a spell.
It's not a spell. So that's going to by a d6. That is going to reduce it to a 15, which does not hit.
Radical. Okay. So, you, what do you say that's cheeky? You gotta work
I'm
on
all
these,
out
bud.
of cheeky. I'm all out of cheeky.
All right, I'll start making them up
I don't.
for you.
I
then.
don't. I don't have to be cheeky as a bard, please.
You kind of
Less
you
of
kind
a
of pick
bard and more of a session musician at this point.
Yeah.
you kind of piggyback off of what Basilisk was saying and is like purr for me, and then you just kind of like he's just like what the fuck, and then like kind of stops halfway, and you're able to get out of the way. Then he's gonna take the 3rd attack at Droska.
Oh, come on! I just got the.
I'm there, by the way.
Oh, you are?
I'm
Okay,
around.
okay, then Droska just got up, so he's gonna go for you. I'm sorry. Yeah, that
Oh.
makes more sense. 0. Yeah, 21.
He has disadvantage on attacks against you though, unless he can see, unless he has blind sight or can see through illusions.
It's good to go for Drask.
That's a 21.
That misses. It's my blade song, so.
Okay, he's starting to get a little worried and frustrated. Basilisk.
With all this fracas going on, is it going to be difficult to hit? You said like friendly fire is a thing, but they're all basically tap dancing around him.
Yeah, friendly fire in my mind is only a thing on nat ones. Or
Okay.
if there's like a hostage situation where like you have to take a shot and you might hit the hostage. Like this, there's people dodging around and you're a good enough shot that you'll be able to take a shot and not hit somebody.
Okay.
That goes for everybody.
I am just going to. I don't need to do the insightful fighter thing because it lasts until basically he dies or I choose a new target. So I can just keep doing it. But they're all right next to him anyway, so.
Take that sneaky snack attack. I don't know what that was. I'm so sorry.
Sneaky snack attack sounds like
23 to hit.
He is going to cast shield. And he's going to just kind of catch that bullet midair and throw it to the ground.
It's that kid on the playground that always goes, "Oh, force field."
A force field. How's your force field against my
Tyler.
bicycle chain?
Oh, sure.
Everything proof shield against my bicycle chain. All right.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you start taking it a bit personally then?
Personally.
See, now I feel like a shitty bard.
All right.
Every
I think the worst version of that. I think I heard somebody go. They were doing a misty step as they gave someone bardic inspiration, and they said, or like some kind of bard ability, and they said, "I would hit you, but I'm afraid I might miss." And then Misty stepped away, and I was like, "All right, that's a D12. That's so bad."
Well, looks like you missed a step, old boy.
Anyway, Draska.
Daraska is going to try to grapple again.
You don't have haste up anymore. Sorry.
How dare you? But I am still large, and so I get
am still
advantage
large.
on this strength check. That is 22.
Reroll. Roll off. That was a 22
Ah.
on his end too.
Well, that's stupid of him. 15.
All right.
Wait, should I re-roll like with advantage?
Yes.
Or...
Yes. It's still the.
Oh, with advantage. Oh,
Yeah.
well, then in that case, that is 19.
All right. So he rolled an 18 on that. So like, you try and grapple him, and he catches your arms, but he's bloodied, so he's a little weak from all this fighting, just a little bit, and that's enough for you to just get his arms down, and you now have him grappled.
Great. So I like to imagine that I put his arms down and then like grab his ear and like he's a child and like you'll need to learn to respect others, and she's going to drag him. So my speed is 40 feet. How close are we to the edge?
He is at the
Of
far
the-
back, and that is 15 feet away from the door. And
Okay.
you are grappling something, so you are half speed. So you
Great.
could make it out the door and then some.
So I'm basically trying to drag him out to the door.
Okay.
So I drag him out the door, and my goal is to bring him to the edge of the ship and to basically go, let's see how gravity works as damage to him.
Are we in the air?
No, I don't think
You
we've
have not
taken off.
started.
We're still on the.
Right, but we were still, the ship is still higher than ground, right?
I think it's like on the ground and the ramp
the
is
ground and
down.
there's a
So we're.
ramp.
Oh well, that's okay. Well,
You could still throw him down the
You
ramp.
could prepare an action. You could ready an action.
ready in action. As soon as he tries to get out of grapple, I punch him.
Or no, like the idea of if this did get up in the air somehow, you'd toss him.
Oh well, my action was to grapple him.
Okay.
So.
All right. Yeah, and
I'm
you already
just,
acted.
I'm just dragging him outside now, so that he's at least outside the door.
Okay.
Okay.
Maybe stop me if this is above the table. But if my next turn is before you, I can try and run to the cockpit and start it up. If you want to hold your action then to do that.
Oh yeah, I can. So I can hold my movement. I'll hold my movement to drag him out of the ship once once Basilisk gets the controls.
If this is what I'm understanding you really want to do, Basilisk can get the controls. You can hold. I think it's a free action to release a grapple, so you can hold him out over the edge,
Oh.
and then once it's in the air,
What
that works
happened
great.
to the tiger boy? I let him go.
he says.
Great.
He
Well,
says.
I will be like, I will take him out, and I'll have him just just dangling him by like, get up! I want to see how far he can go.
Retcon.
I want to see if the cat can land on its feet.
Just because I like this retcon, he says as he put you down, Draska, he said, "Time to face destiny." And as you bring it to the edge, you say, "Time to face gravity," as in die another day.
Face gravity.
That's
Anyway.
good.
Also, if anyone wants to hit him, like, please go ahead. But
Excellent.
You're just sort of like holding up this little cat while it's going.
yeah, basically.
He's just hanging there like this.
He goes immediately into the like kitten like.
Dead bone.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, okay, moving on. Zero.
I'll take a swing on the way out. That's gonna be an 18 to hit.
That hits.
All right. It's gonna be a measly 7 slashing damage.
He's frustratingly resistant to this.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else?
Nope. As I take my pound of flesh, I'll get up to the controls just to like be ready to help Basilisk.
Alright. He already used his reaction, so he can't take an attack at you. Professor. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Music box. Yes.
Also, I moved him to the.
Yeah, I ran
Oh
up.
well,
though.
yeah, he's
Yeah,
yeah,
he
he
ran
ran
up.
out.
I'm gonna go ahead and I'll run to the cockpit to try to start it up.
You're gonna try and start it?
Yeah, because there's not much else I can do.
Alright.
But yeah.
Make me a straight intelligence check.
Okay.
With advantage because Zero's there.
Okay. That is a 19.
Alright. Simple enough. You're a little trepidatious to see if you could keep it in the air, but you know how to get it up into the air. You're able to just start it up. It'll probably take about 6 seconds to actually pull into the air.
Okay.
Alright.
Then I'll do that when I get the chance.
Alright. Professor.
Professor will look over at Draska and say, "Oh, you've got it covered."
Oh, I think he's a wily one, but I think as long as we get in air, we should be okay.
Wonderful. There's more than one way to skin a cat. And she will take a little vial from one of the many pouches in her little belt and go to where I'm guessing like ichor blood was seeping from him and try to take a sample of his blood off the floor before, getting set before we take off.
Alright, give me a sleight of hand check.
It's creepy, but this might help us.
I've
That's
had
a
many
20.
characters do exactly this.
Just in case, I'm the alchemist. 24.
Okay, yeah, you get a good amount of blood, probably a half vial.
Great. And then I'll just put a seatbelt on.
Oh my god, the combat music for this is so much more rad than it is for most of my other games. Anyway. Cool, so you do that. It is now his turn. He's not even going to try and break the grapple, he's just going to attack you, Draska.
Oh, okay. Well, that's not fair.
It does seem like the simpler option.
That's a crit.
Oh, God. Oh, well.
In what direction?
In what direction?
Crit
Crit
fail?
fail.
No,
Crit
success.
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 I
It's a
was
success.
hoping for the other one.
Alright. Make me a strength saving throw, Draska. Actually, you don't need to. I think you're going down.
Okay, well, 17.
Okay, so you wouldn't have gotten pushed back, but you get
See?
slapped down again as you take 22 slashing damage, and oh my god, 32 extra slashing damage.
Are you still alive, or did you go so
If
far
that
into the
was-
negatives?
If that was 9 more points of damage, I would have been immediately dead.
Yeah. Okay, so he just kind of puts you down again and just goes, "Insolent mortals." And with the stereotype done doing that, it is Basilisk's turn.
Rad. So, the initial plan of getting up into the air, just airdrop a kitty.
I mean,
Isn't
technically,
quite
he
working.
is still outside.
So am I, technically.
Oh well, that's a you problem.
Well, it's kind of a you problem too, champ. I'm still
I was
standing.
I was still inside.
We're all inside.
I'm sorry,
except for
Dreamy. I'm not
Basilisk.
trying to kill
Yeah.
people. I'm not
I
trying.
was trying to lure him.
I'm
out.
not. This guy is.
It's a good thing to know. Just-
Yeah.
It does look like he's turned towards you, Basilisk. Like you're the next thing he's gonna try and melt.
Cool.
Anyone have a
cool,
laser
cool.
pointer to distract him?
Is
got this.
It's
Dreska
like the
on the
fishing
ramp?
the fishing lure for Ganondorf in Twilight Princess, where he's just like,
Oh, what?
I'm sorry,
Is
what was that?
Dreska
Basilisk?
on the ramp, or like as they fall out onto the ground?
Draska's
is
on
it
the
like
ramp. Just put him down on the ramp, and the Rakshasa is stepping back onto the ramp.
Okay, so that whole thing's shot. So I'm just gonna attempt to just take a shot at, because there's nothing else I can really do.
He is. It wasn't much damage that put him here, but he is technically on death's door.
Well, still have advantage, so let's see how that goes. 23 to hit.
That hits.
Rad. Ooh. Ugh. 24.
Damage.
Yep. The worst sneak attack I've ever seen. Just 2 ones and something I don't care about now.
How do you do this?
That slow motion, like brass goes flying through the frame. As I go, well, I tried to play nice, but it's time to put Kitty down.
And he's about to jump at you, and
I just want to just scoop his head off. Like I just like Barrett 50 caliber, like just scooping pieces off. This limp tiger strike form. I just want to just slide crash on the ground, just veering off to the left.
I don't. If any of you play Persona 5, when like a shadow goes down and it just like just disappears into shadow, like you get him, and there's no like blood or anything, just black ichor that turns into mist as he just falls to the ground and dissipates.
Right. I'm going to pocket that for later. I'm just gonna run up and try and grab Draska's hand and think better of that, and look over at the stronger ones, which would be the Warforged. Zero, darling, could you help me?
Absolutely. You really blasted the living daylights out of that cat there, didn't you?
Ben already got it, but I'm gonna start giving it to anybody who does it, as long as it doesn't get excessive, because that was good.
I didn't hear it when Ben got it. My bad.
Oh, okay.
No, you
I
get
did it in like the
inspiration, too.
first 5 minutes.
Yeah.
I almost feel like there should be a moratorium. If it happens in the first 5 minutes, it doesn't count.
We will solidify the rules for next session. For now, you get the inspiration too, Will.
Mhm.
All right.
Cool.
So you're out of initiative. Unless anyone does anything else, the natural progression of events is that the sky car starts to lift into the air. Basilisk, as you're just kind of like holding on to the edge as the ramp kind of comes up, you see a bunch of these agents kind of running out into the field and like getting really like agitated by this, and they start taking shots at the ship, but you're already like on your way out. And as all of you, yeah, and as you finally get some respite.
Somebody help Hammer, please.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I'm on it. I come over with a very big vial of something orange and fizzy. It's not emergency. It's
Fanta.
Life. It's
Fanta.
Fanta.
It's Metamucil.
It's not
Big old bottle of
delivery.
Orangina.
Or no. And here, let's give you this one, and we're doing some. Oh, max 11 hit points.
Is that the sound Drask is making? Is that just sputtering cough?
Sorry,
You're not
I
coughing
put a
up a
little more
hairball?
turmeric in it than I usually do.
Yes, this is very bitter this time. I feel
Yes.
like this has been a common thing.
Well, you've always helped me test them out nicely, so
Yes,
this one
this
is
is-
a little bitter though.
But this is best tasting one you've made. I like
Basilisk.
the bitter.
As this exchange is going on, I kind of just pat Draska on the shoulder appreciatively and head towards the cockpit proper. MB, do you have this in hand, or do you want me to take over?
I'll be fine.
I'm just gonna take a look at the dash and just recommend a heading for us, please.
T kind of responds, shit. Well, G, where are they going? And G says, all right, you're gonna just head straight forward, take a left, then take another left, and then take another left, and then keep going forward.
What's your vector, Victor? Coordinates, direction.
He gives you coordinates.
Okay.
What's your clearance, Clarence?
Roger. What?
What?
and
What's
And-
the frequency, Kenneth?
and unless there's anything else, the camera pans out, and we see this sky car drift into the Mornland mists as the mission finally ends. Everyone level up.
Ooh.
And then
Except
take a
Draska,
break.
because she wasn't awake for it.
And then we're going to take a break. We will be back in 10 minutes.
Rad.
So level up in those 10 minutes. All right.
Oh, okay.
Thanks, yo. Thanks, yo. Should be easy for a fighter. See y'all in a minute.
Wow.
Hi, friends.
Click, clack, roll to attack. Do you hit, do you miss, are you having fun? Roll that D22, perception check, are you alone? attack. You're click clacking it when you attack it. Click clack, roll to attack. You're click clacking it when you attack it. Click clack, roll to attack. You're click clacking it when you attack it. Click clack, roll to attack. You're click clacking it when you attack it. Click clack, roll to attack. Do you hit, do you miss, or you having fun? Roll that D22, perception check, or you Click clack, roll to attack. You're click clacking it when you attack it. Click clack, roll to attack. You're click clacking it when you attack it. Click clack, roll to attack. You're click clacking it when you attack it. Click clack, roll to attack. You're click clacking it when you attack it. Click clack, roll to attack. Do you hit, do you miss, or you having fun? Roll that D22, perception check, or you Click clack, roll to attack. You're click clacking it when you attack it. Click clack, roll to attack. You're click clacking it when you attack it. Click clack, roll to attack. You're click clacking it when you attack it. Click clack, roll to attack. You're click clacking it when you attack it. Click clack, roll to attack. Do you hit, do you miss, or you having fun? Roll attack. You're click clackety when you attack it. Click and clack, roll to attack. You're click clackety when you attack it. Click and clack, roll to attack. You're click clackety when you attack it. Click and clack, roll to attack. You're click clackety when you attack it.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. That was an adventure, wasn't it? All right.
It was.
I like the part where we were all getting our asses kicked by a tiger for a long time.
Okay, one of us was getting ass kicked. If we're going to be honest about this.
This
That
is all
kitty
the
was making
this is all the
biscuits
Skycar
out of
conversation.
Nebraska.
I like how I didn't get hit by anything the whole time.
So, this whole conversation is actually happening as you walk into a laundromat in the lower district of Sharn, and the person running this little halfling lady running the laundromat just kind of regards you with scorn as you guys look around, and you open one of the washing machines, and then tumble it manually a few times. Close it, open it, close it, and and an elevator appears.
I really need them to fix that soon. This is getting a little embarrassing. Professor's like shifty.
Yeah, I imagine if someone fails to do their laundry properly and thinks it's broken, they could end up inside our headquarters. It'd be
What I'm saying.
I'm assuming you all enter the elevator,
Mhm.
and as you do, it kind of
Is Nebraska still massive Hulk mode, or
no, that's
It's
worn
been,
off a
it's
while.
been past an hour. Yeah.
Um,
She still has trouble fitting anyway.
and as the elevator ascends, it feels like it ascends forever, and then it stops, and it's not like the Archer office. You open and you see this like very dimly lit, massive circular room with a fountain in the center with a statue of a single lantern. You know which way to go, and you kind of meander through the hallways as you enter one of the doors off to the side, and you make your way to this small conference room. This circular table, chairs are assembled everywhere. As you look around, there are all of these like illusionary screens that appear to be watching all aspects of the complex, various areas of Sharn, and you see all of these logistics agents kind of running around, carrying papers, looking at things, and T, this gnome gentleman with a very sharp beard and a small goatee, is smoking a cigarette while he just kind of looks at all of them, and he turns around and sees you and goes, "Ah, you're back. How was it?"
We survived.
was interesting.
This is a debriefing. I'd hope you'd have more for me than that.
Oh, there is a demon cat.
I
There
think
was
maybe
a
we
demon
s-
cat.
we might
Thoughts
want.
from the beginning, shall we?
Yes. So we show up at the site, and we walk and avoid a growling creature, and we show up at the site as I said that already, and there is a large platform that is rather anachronistic, I suppose. It seems really out of place, with a large hole in the middle where the whatever it was launched into the abyss, and
It seemed to be of giant architecture.
Right. And there were giant texts in the tents, which was very strange. There weren't any giants that we saw, and usually I guess you would see a giant.
Have you acquired these texts? Did you retrieve them?
Yes, I will take the time to decipher them, then bring them to your office as soon as I can make a full report.
I mean, if you'd like to, that's not really necessary. We have analysts if you'd like us to handle it.
That's fine.
Are you alright, Music Box?
I'm a little shaken.
Well, we do have a counselor on call. It's kind of necessary for these sort of things. Just I hope it will not impact the rest of your missions with us. I'm sorry to hear
Not at
the
all.
shaken. We can definitely take that off your plate. We can analyze that for you. Anywho, please continue.
Wonderful.
Yes. Go ahead.
Yes. Well, put the notes, I guess the research notes in giant on the table. I guess next we came across some Warforged in service of the Lord of Blades, and we, through some communication difficulties, we were eventually able to gain access into the Lord of Blades camp, where we were able to interrogate one of the members of the crew who had initially used the Giant's ruins. Delving into his mind, we were able to get information on the Aurum, this particular symbol of a signet ring. Additionally, some information on the Draconic Prophecy and other bits and bobs that we will be able to write up. The Lord of Blades then kills the individual, and we were set upon by what we assume are Aurum cultists, where we were able to recover one of these, and he places the dragon shard on the table. Unsure of what their use for these particular dragon shards are, but thought it might be of interest to the mission at hand.
They seem to be less interested in Warforged, more interested with us once they know we were there.
They were a bit infernal, which was strange. Also, I wanted to mention that we said the fortress. It's an actual Warforged forge.
Before you say that, I do want to remember, because you would remember this. The Lord of Blades did ask you not to mention the forge. You can. I'm not saying
really?
not to.
No,
but he said
I would
that
not.
it would be a nice extension if you would.
Okay.
You're allowed to.
Sorry,
just,
I forgot about that.
Letting you remember that.
Retcon, she does not say that.
Gift of whatever Gab.
Everyone
whatever
can
that
cast
spell is.
gift. Everyone can cast Gift of Gab at will.
Awesome.
Not technically.
You turn.
Anyway, yeah. Please continue.
Upon this incursion, we recovered our belongings, escaped, and came across a feline individual of tiger-ish descent with reversed hands. He was dispatched, and we were able to make our escape.
And this sample was taken from, well, the floor.
Magic of a certain level did not have any effect upon the individual.
He kind of takes the sample, and he looks back at all of you and he says, "Well, I have a couple of things to offer in return. We do not need this, unfortunately. You can use it. Yes, you can use it for anything that you might need. This tiger individual sounds like a being known as a Rakshasa. These are high-ranking, very intelligent fiends, generally employed by the Lords of Dust, who's basically a demon society out in the demon wastes. We've been watching them for a long time, and we've been seeing more and more of these tiger-like creatures beginning to congregate. So that is very disturbing, especially considering my second thing. You mentioned the Aurum in your call to us, so we took the initiative and we're starting to look into that. It didn't take long. I'm sorry?
We did acquire some of their accoutrements, vestments, and masks and such in order to perhaps facilitate a later incursion into their ranks.
Hold on,
Additionally,
I am now thinking, though. You said Lords of Dust. Lords of Dust, not Aurum.
That is what I was getting to.
Additionally, before we continue on, I would like to mention that we do have a sketch of the individual who paid for this incursion, the sending of the object into the sky as well. I will rip that out of my notebook and place it down with the rest of the items acquired.
Right. He kind of doesn't even look at it. He just kind of pulls it towards him and says, "Yes, yes, but to finish my thought, that will lead into this. The Aurum are actually kind of an open secret in society. They're mostly philanthropists, just a rich people's club. It's also kind of an open secret that a lot of them have illicit dealings, most of it in various countries. Some of them are slavers, some of them are buying out businesses, working extortion rackets, but most of them are just people who own large corporations, members of dragon marked houses. So it's kind of a wide net that would be cast, which is why this is helpful. But Draska, as you mentioned, it's very odd to me, not just that the Aurum or members of the Aurum would work with the Lords of Dust, but that the Lords of Dust would have anything to do with the Aurum. The demon wastes are so far secluded, we can't even get anyone out there. The entrances in and out are guarded by magical wards that make escape almost impossible, and entry almost impossible. It's very disturbing that this Rakshasa had showed up and seemed to take some sort of leadership role, according to what you've described. So
There seemed to be a almost manufactured shock troop quality to their forces.
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if the Aurum could afford such a project and the Lords of Dust could facilitate such magic. If this aspect of the Aurum is working with the Lords of Dust, we could have a very, very dangerous problem on our hands. Especially if they have enough power to launch something into the atmosphere. There's a lot of moving parts here. We've got giants, we've got Warforged, we've got the Aurum, we've got Lords of Dust, we have demons, rich people, Warforged, and an ancient, almost dead civilization. Dead civilization, not a dead species, but a dead civilization. So there's a lot of unanswered questions here. And he kind of slides the paper towards him, and he calls over an intern or something, and hands the paper over and says, and he goes, "All right, run this through our database, see if there's anything that sort of matches this sketch." It's a very good sketch, by the way.
Thank you.
And he passes it off, and he turns back to you all and goes, "There's one more thing you mentioned about the draconic prophecy."
Yes.
Can you elaborate on that?
The individual that they had captured was carrying a piece of paper bearing the words, "When the ring is found, the ring is won. The ring is shattered, the rage of war shall come."
T thinks on it for a second. He asks you to repeat it, which I won't make you do. And he goes, "Professor, did you glean anything from this?" There's that word again.
Just that it was a piece of draconic prophecy. However, I do have a close working relationship with somebody at the Mulgrave University who has prided themselves in studying such texts. Perhaps we could seek him out?
I would also like to accompany because I have some competency with reading giants, but I haven't had a chance to look at the book that you've acquired.
Alright. I think that sounds like an excellent lead. Good work. I'm going to run through these giant texts that you've recovered. I'm going to run this gentleman's face, and we will work from there. I think it might be some sort of dead end. I think, if I'm correct, your contact, Zagarak?
Yes.
Yeah. He's very competent, but this might be a dead end. They might just be cultists obsessed with some weird corner of prophecy, but I think it's probably the best lead we have right now until all of this is analyzed. It may be a good use of your time to follow up on this. Very good work. I'm very satisfied with very satisfied with these results. To be honest, I was a little concerned dropping you in the Mornland. You're extremely talented and extremely skilled, but I was worried that faced with an unpredictable environment you would fall apart, but you have proven to actually be the best we have. So thank you.
Unpredictable environments tend to be where we excel as a team, I find.
That has become clear. All right. So, rest up. Go speak to G. I believe that she has some accoutrements for you. And then, as soon as you can, I'd like you to go to Morgrave University and speak to Zagarak and see if he knows anything about this prophecy. It is also very interesting that they seemed concerned with you. They should have had no idea who you were. They should have had no concept of why you were there, and I'm hoping that it was just because you were an unexpected element, because you were the only non-Warforged there. But Hammer?
Do not worry, T. I get recognized in many various places. They probably just saw one of my fights. Probably
Hammer
nothing.
Also happens to be approximately 10.5 feet tall at the time, so that
True.
could have.
That syringe works very well.
I'd withdraw my concerns. Just please be careful, Tiger 5.
Of course.
If there's anything else, feel free to contact me, and I will get back to you as soon as possible, as soon as we pour through these giant texts and we look for this gentleman. Anything else I can help you with? Anything else you want us to look into?
No, it's just not on
look
my
at-
end.
My notes real quick.
Take your time.
I mean, I imagine there was a couple of moments during this where he's got those little small graphing paper field notebook things where he's just scribble, scribble, scratch out, scribble.
I think we should describe the ship. We had a description of the ship.
Oh yes, I have.
3 arms.
Yeah, it looks like the Destiny Ascension from Mass Effect. Have you ever played that game, T? Have you ever played Mass Effect?
Oh, you mean the play, the immersive experience.
The interactive play, yes. I like to call it a game because, if it's interactive, it's...
Renegade for life.
Who did they have playing Shep at your show?
Well, did they have a male Shep or a female Shep, or was it somewhere in between? Because I love all.
It was a Warforged at mine.
Oh really? That's very interesting.
This was
They, them,
indeterminate.
is the one I saw.
Anyway,
Anyway, it looked like the Destiny Ascension. It's a tripod of sorts with a weird table-like part at the front.
okay. That could be some sort of weapon. That could be some sort of observation device. We don't have much to glean from that shape. But there's that fucking word again.
Are you all right?
No, I'm not.
T, you've
I haven't
used
had
that
my coffee
word.
today.
You've used that
It's a
word
good
quite
word.
bit.
Shut up. And then he
that
just
word
kind of
is
says, "You're dismissed," and he just turns around and goes back to everything, very embarrassed.
It's his first job to go find a thesaurus.
Yeah. You see him just kind of go
I
to
feel
it
bad, I'm
with your
sorry.
passive perception. With your passive
Another
perception, you
word
hear
could
him
use
go.
is gather,
You. After you find that person, get me a thesaurus immediately.
gather, skim.
I need to glean some. I need to glean some
Ascertain.
synonyms.
Find, learn about. There are many things you could use.
All right. Cool.
All right, off to G.
I wrote this physically in a notebook and I forgot to put it in my notes. Give me 1 second.
Okay, well, for the audience, what is currently also happening is Doraska, the hammer is currently unstrapping like the leather armor that she has on, and just like is taking on off and just going, "This is useless. This is useless. I'm no longer using this stupid armor they give us."
Darling,
And
what
I
did
just,
you?
like,
Are
throw
you
it on.
certain you want to do that after?
I
everything
will
that-
be fine. It'll be totally fine.
Okay.
I think that
That
was
is
made of
weighing me down.
leather.
Yes, I do believe you have pleather armor, not actual leather armor.
These budget cuts are ridiculous.
As soon as you walk into G's
While we
laboratory,
all hold a
Um,
black card.
which is more like a workshop. You see like a back laboratory room, but it's mostly just like this engineering workshop. And as soon as you walk in, you see G turn around holding a belt, and she walks up to you, Hammer, and goes, "Yeah, Hammer, we think that your armor is kind of out of date and really not effective.
Oh really? Oh really? You just figured that out?
Judging from the wounds you sustained when you came back, it was pretty clear.
Do you mind if I say one thing? I just love the idea that there is armor, there is wounds everywhere on her, and absolutely nothing on
On the armor.
Pristine, out of the package.
It's like armor's great at protecting itself and nothing else.
I may have a slight solution. This.
That is belt. That is not armor.
Yes, put it on.
Oh my god. And she takes it and straps the belt on.
There's kind of
Okay.
a whirring within the belt, and you hear vroom, and this like film of magic kind of appears around your body and then disappears. So, this belt produces a very subtle version of shield. The dragon shards within are powered with abjuration magic, and let's see, if I had to put a number to things, your class of armor would probably be upgraded by 1.
Ah,
The timing on that wild magic
Yep.
surge.
Yeah,
Yep.
it looks like sounds like that's a break.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
This is
and we're in the
perfect.
this is very good.
we're in the
Thank you.
showroom floor of all the gadgets in this place, just
Exactly.
popping off left and right.
Well, it's always that thing that in a Q scene, like something in the back would like explode or something.
How's
Oh.
it hanging, Chet?
Oh no.
Normally, I wouldn't let an intern do this on the first day.
Oh, don't mind I over there. He's just our intern.
Gee, do not worry. I will never ever doubt you again.
Oh no, I hate this table. That's insane. It was like you get a
Everyone
+4 to your intelligence for 5 days, and I'm like, no.
Yes. No, that sounds great.
please,
That
that's
sounds
all-
like very good idea. I am okay with this.
No, Droska could use that if she wanted.
I could use it.
Doraska's
Be
like,
too
I feel
powerful.
smarter now.
So, as you put on the belt, you see behind G, this, what is that, is it a posture check? A posture check and a drink. Oh my god, you're making us run the gamut. Thank you, Regan.
Oh. Hydration's important.
That's the second time you've used that gift, Graham.
But you see you see this person just like drink a potion and start taking notes and like tasting it, and then you just start to see the notepad get bigger and the pencil get bigger, and she's freaking out as she like disappears into a tiny like speck to the point you can't even see her.
Aw, gee.
Yes?
There it is.
Ah.
Does your friend need help? Is I okay? Is this I okay?
I think you mean am I okay? Look, proper grammar is good.
No, not you. That one.
Which one?
Where did I go?
Yeah, that is
Go
what I'm
right
asking.
there.
And immediately as you're kind of looking around, you just see and she just fills the room and explodes into just this massive size and punches a hole in the ceiling with her head.
God, it's Wankersham.
Oh my.
Right.
We're working on some very impressive things. You should be excited. Someone dispel that. Anyway.
Jaska, that could have been you.
That
Could have
was
been you
really
inside of
good.
the
No.
vehicle.
No, never. No, unless you wanted to. I mean, we could do that, but it's kind of unstable. Anywho.
Anyway.
I think you just made it more alluring for her.
Oh God.
You said the magic word, unstable.
What can we glean from this situation?
Everyone likes that word. T keeps using it. I keep telling him to get a fucking thesaurus. Anywho,
And she goes back over to like a table and just kind of sorts through some stuff. She picks up like a half-eaten sandwich and goes, "Who the?" And like throws it at an intern, and then pulls it aside, and she comes out with these sunglasses, and she kind of folds them up and walks up to you, and goes,
any takers?
Well, what do they do?
Yes.
I
she
suppose
hands
I can
them
try
to
them
you,
if you'd
Professor.
like. But never mind.
Okay.
She called him first.
I just said yes.
All right.
As an inquisitive.
No,
Well, you can
way.
decide. I don't care. I'm trying to
No,
show you something.
I think
I
I
would-
look really dashing in
Just put on
them.
the fucking
but-
glasses.
This is more of, I was asking what does it do, and then you didn't tell us, so let's figure out what they do.
All right.
Professor will just put them on.
Okay, I actually forgot what these do, so I have to look it up.
They're just
Great.
some really
They're
like
just
sick
glasses.
Ray-Bans.
You
Yeah.
look wonderful,
These
but
are
you're gonna
sick.
need them when we show you the miniature sun we've created.
As long as
We
it's
only made one of
giving-
these though.
All right.
I'm fine.
The rest of you, I'm sorry.
So, as you put them on, you see a whole bunch of information just start to like dash across them, and as you look around, you look at your allies, and each of them appears to have some numbers shift around, and then they all arrive at a 6.
Oh, it's the scouter monocle again.
So
We're all solid 6s.
Please, I'm
I
at
mean-
least an 11.
it has its main thing is it has the ability to read someone's power level. Even though if you ask me, I think power levels are bullshit. But it'll be able to determine what you're dealing with most of the time. In addition, if you
Activate them like so, and she just kind of comes up and presses them. She picks up she goes and finds the sandwich on the floor and goes,
you could actually help me out.
"Hold this."
She takes it.
Now, blink 3 times.
And as you do, it seems to scan the sandwich, and a picture starts to formulate, and you see the face of I.
Who do you see?
I.
This is your fucking sandwich. So, So, this will be able to determine...
DSI Eberron is rad and super easy.
Help me! I'm hungry.
So you can only really do that about once per day, so I'd be careful with that ability. But it will allow you to determine who has interacted with something either the most or the most recently. So, that can be helpful in that regard. Also, you can kind of glean information. God damn it! You can... I really need to get a thesaurus. I'm so sorry, everyone. I'm gonna see myself
No,
out.
it's okay.
You can
Learn.
You can learn information about someone as you are talking to them, and it will kind of give you a little bit of an edge in reading their intentions, their body language, and things like that.
So like what Basilisk is always doing
Yes.
solely through his brain power.
Right. It was kind of
Look what they
crafted using that as a template. It's not nearly as effective as your own mind. It is just a gadget, but you know. Anyway, there's that. And she runs back, and she comes back out with this little bottle full of what looks like soap. And she opens it, and out comes a little bubble wand. And she goes, "Hi, can you come here, please?" And I, who is this like very thin, frail, probably about 5'11"
Oh,
elf.
good. She shrunk.
She had it dispelled. But as she approaches, she's like, yes, G. And then G takes the bubbles and blows a single bubble at her, and the bubble expands and encases her, and she just kind of floats there in stasis and just like rolls across the room.
Gee, have you ever thought of testing these on other objects before moving on to humanoid testing?
Why? This is funny.
Yes, but also you have to pay for the people who are hurt or damaged, and then the insurance, and then their medical costs.
She's not hurt. She's having a great time. Help me!
I think maybe just err on the side of safety, perhaps.
Anyway,
They may be interns, but they are still people. Somewhat.
Anyway, we don't really have this perfected. We can really only give you about 3 uses of it before it kind of runs dry. But this, let's call it a bubble grenade, will be able to, if they don't resist it very well, it'll be able to restrain and seal them within a massive bubble, as you just saw. It's basically a more convoluted version of a net, but still a little harder to break.
A question. Can you breathe inside the life bubble? Is it sustainable? Oxygen, etc. So, for example, could they live in there for a little bit?
Yes, but the bubble will wear off after about 10 minutes.
More importantly, can you swing a weapon through it or shoot an arrow?
It is very difficult to break. Not ridiculously so. I'd say it probably has about the strength of somewhere between a wooden and a steel door.
So if they don't break it, though, they can't harm
Well, from
anyone on
inside,
the
it's kind of
outside?
hard for them to break out of it since they're restrained. But
Excellent.
they also
just
are
to-
technically their weight is diminished, and they are technically weightless while they're inside the bubble. So it's very easy to, and I starts rolling toward it. It's very easy to boom, and she like kind of bounces like a beach ball. It's very easy to push them around.
Draska just observes I to verify G's statement that you can indeed breathe inside the bubble.
I is just like saying, "Can I get out of here now, please?" And speaking normally. She is breathing.
Yeah, okay.
I still can't believe I'm only a 6.
Well, I am too, and so are you, and you, and you.
It seems like a low number. I don't know what to compare it to, but
I mean, hey, you're looking at if you're looking at me, you can see that I'm probably somewhere between a 2 and a 3. So
No, it says
No.
you're clearly a 7.
Yes,
Make me a
yes,
deception check.
clearly.
With advantage from Hammer.
Oh, that's a nat 20. What the?
really,
Yeah, nat 20. 22. I don't know what's happening anymore. The dice gods.
She
I
turns
would
around.
be scared to take you.
She turns around to the entire room and say,
you hear that, motherfuckers? I'm a 7. That's why I'm the boss.
She doesn't need the bubble to push you around.
That's right. Anywho, that's what I got for you today. Great. Please be careful with these items and try not to be irresponsible with them and bring them back in one piece, please. Thanks.
Oh, that last part I think is asking just a bit much.
Yes, you are asking us to bring something that is a consumable item, not ingestible, but consumable.
I'm mostly talking
and
about the glasses.
Well, there's no guarantees on that. Everyone knows how easily glasses break. We have to get a new pair all the time.
Yeah, just don't put them in the bottom of your backpack. Like,
Where else are we supposed to put them, G?
the eternal question. Or on your
Yes.
on your head, like Professor over here is illustrating. Regardless,
It's ridiculous. Why? No, stupid.
if there's not anything else, I think I've got to get I out of that bubble. Thank you.
and she like turns around and runs over and kind of like says, "All right, come on," and just like kind of pushes, like keeps pushing the bubble into a other room. And
Deflation chamber.
the deflation chamber. Yeah, it's marked deflation chamber, and it seals, and you hear like you see a red light go. Very sinister.
I like how there's this entire industrialized process to debubble this person, despite the fact that it wears off after 10 minutes. Like, they were just so
Just wait.
impatient. They just
Oh,
want,
you have
just
to
want to
get
see
the
the
the work.
sense
thing.
that this is like the beta version, and maybe it used to be like permanent.
Yeah.
And less porous so the people, suffocate.
Suffocated.
Danny,
I-
the intern, isn't the first intern. This has been.
You see a whole box on the wall with like a key that says that's full of diamonds. It says break glass in case of accident.
So that you can break bubble. Break glass, grab diamond, break bubble.
More
Oh
for
my
bring
God.
people back to life.
Professor will take the glasses off and say, I feel like I'm often not the person talking with people. Would someone else like to hold on to these, or I can hold on to them until you need them? That's just...
Don't look
Um,
at me. I'm a nervous wreck.
Darling,
I-
would you like a little bit of extra help with the things you do?
Me?
No, I'm speaking to Basilisk.
Ah,
So just to correct the player. It does what exactly?
Okay, so it's basically a slightly modified version of the Finder's goggles. And I will read that to you, and I'll explain the slight differences.
Okay.
First of all, the
I
scouter
don't know
thing
what
is
they do.
added in there because it's fun.
Mhm.
When you make a Wisdom Insight check, you can roll a d4 and add the number rolled to the check. and then as an action, you can use the goggles to examine an object to identify. I'm changing this specific wording to identify the creature that last touched it. You make a insight check against a DC of 13 plus the number of days since the last contact occurred. On a success, you learn the creature's type and can immediately use the goggles to cast Locate Creature to find that creature. This property can't be used again until the next dawn.
Well, I would gain some additional benefits from it. However, perhaps we can treat it more as communal.
It's a little easy, but
Perhaps we could treat it more as communal. Whoever might need it at the moment, we could pass it around.
Sander the man, thanks for the follow.
Perfect. We can.
Saunder's here.
Sander. Then we can
Hey,
put it
Josh,
inside of the wallet of holding.
Perfect.
I'll go ahead and put those in there then.
Well, the professor could hold on to them for the time being. We don't need
Yes,
to
Professor,
store them.
if you-
I mean, I do look really cool.
of course, of course. Well, then,
It would be helpful to have someone wearing them at all times so we can identify if anyone who's a 10 walks around.
Then please put that on your character sheet, Professor. That way I will not have to put them in mine.
You got it.
I will get you the specific homebrewed wording, but for now it's the Finder's Goggles.
Awesome.
Thank you.
All right, wonderful.
The
And then-
3 bubble grenades are, I'll have to completely homebrew those.
Great.
I honestly have no preference for these.
They can also be communal if you would like.
Does anyone want to hold on to them?
I usually hold on to people with my arms, so I don't need a bubble.
Well,
Zero, do you still have the flashbangs? You could add this to your arsenal.
I think I could make use of them because the ocular destabilizer only works on flying attackers, so
well,
Oh,
it limits.
perfect.
then I think we have a destination for these then.
All
All
right.
right.
Shall we grab a snack and go to the university?
Sure. I suppose so.
I'm
I mean,
open
if
to
you'd
that.
like.
Oh, of course, I would love to. Yes.
Let's go to school.
Yes.
All right.
Cool.
As you
And
make
we're
your
out.
way, as you make your way through the
Downtown.
streets of Sharn, you find your way to the University District of Upper Memphis.
Like this?
The not Memphis. The building itself is kind of an island in the middle of a whole bunch of crisscrossing pathways. If you've played KOTOR, it kind of like the layout of the city is kind of like Taurus, where there's just like long roads kind of interconnecting tall buildings. And this one is kind of in an island that looks almost like the Capitol building, like the U.S. Capitol building, just with tall like wizard towers kind of surrounding it. There's not really more points of there's like basically 3 ways in, and it's there's one that's kind of leading down into lower districts, one that's leading up into an upper district, and one that's just like the front entrance that leads into the main hall. You can say otherwise if you decide to, but Professor, you'd know that the most efficient way would be through the front desk, go through everything.
Yes, we have to get guest passes.
Wonderful. Well, while we are out civilianing, is there anything? I suppose we haven't really discussed aliases. I feel like it's less proper to go by designations out here. They don't
Oh,
have anything of preference they would like to be called.
People might call me M, just EM. While we're at the university, that's
Right.
the name I've given them.
Wonderful. M. Droska, I assume you are known as Droska.
Well, I have not been to university, so I don't know if anyone from university would go have seen
This
me
is-
fight, but
This is purely for personal communication reasons.
oh well then Droska probably. Or you know what? If we're trying to be subtle, if no one knows who I am, Axard.
I like
Oh,
Not to tell you how to live your life, Droska, but people will recognize you here. You're kind of a hit.
Oh then, Droska Fist of Sharn.
There we go.
Draska Fist of Sean does tend to open doors, both literally and metaphorically, so.
yes, well.
it's true.
Zero.
I could go by Gunner.
That leaves Basilisk in Music Box.
Over at Music Box. What do you think? Should we go with the theme today?
Oh, theme. Well, what are you thinking? What sort of theme are we thinking?
Investor doesn't seem correct for university unless we're looking to
No.
buy a wing, and as much as I enjoy the black card, I don't think I could justify that particular expense.
It would be a pleasure to see how you would come across tea with that sort of charge.
Perhaps simply acting as interested patrons of academia would be enough. Mr. and Mrs. Oh, yes, Draska. What can I...
Might I say, if we are going with someone that Professor knows, maybe some relation to Professor.
Well, hence the academic patronage. We're interested in funding her research.
Excellent. I do have to tell you, I'm not actually a professor. I'm just trying
No.
really hard.
What?
She turns a little pink.
You've lied to us this entire time?
Well, no, I'm
It's
trying
like I
to.
You
don't
have a
even know you.
PhD, don't you? You're not a real doctor.
Anyway, I just wanted to say, don't call me professor. Just M is fine.
Oh no, I understand. I have heard of this. Not tenured.
Yes, that's the issue.
Oh, you're
That's what it is.
adjunct. That's
Yes,
what you are.
adjunct.
Yes, and mostly teachers' assistants these days.
Ooh.
They're really working out ways to screw you lot over.
Yeah.
And you, Basil, do you have a preference on what we designate you as today?
I was thinking Thurston Howell III.
Thurston Howell III, wonderful. And do you prefer to
I
be
would be
called that
so
at all
happy if
times?
someone understands that reference.
It's ringing a bell, but I don't.
We're about to take a 3-hour tour of the campus, so let's just go with Mr. Howell.
Mr. Howell. Wonderful.
No, really? Nothing?
Nothing. Chat.
Oh,
You
I
got
feel
it.
like
You got
I
anything?
feel like I just dated myself a little bit.
Was it a good date?
Does something to do
Well,
with
no.
does it have something to do
I
with the
never let
moving
myself
castle?
down. No.
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 Oh no.
At first
Howl
I was
Pendragon.
Ooh.
supposed to... Right?
Involves an island?
I have never watched show. I have
Okay,
never
what
watched
is
that
Google
what is
show.
Music
Um,
Box's alias?
Today, he will turn into a young human, probably about 21. He'll try to look as similar to students around this area. Just Marshall. Just Marshall.
Okay.
What's so funny, man?
Want to go throw a frisbee on the quad?
Yeah, you know, I got a hacky sack, and it's gonna be great, man.
We got
I got a band. We're gonna be big.
I got a dream. You know, it's not all about dragon shards and draconic prophecies. I'm gonna be something one day. I'm gonna start a company about hacky sacks. Anyway.
I've been just. Well, had end sometime.
As you
I'll lead you. Sorry.
as you enter the building, students kind of make their way crisscrossing through this massive lobby where you see a powerful looking dragon just kind of looming over things majestically. There is a front desk where you see a what looks like a student worker. Like, she's about the same age as everyone else. Probably a dwarf with long blonde hair, who is speaking to a gentleman I'm going to share in the chat. One moment.
Laugh, 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 laugh.
You recognize this professor as the headmaster and founder of this university, Lareth Irmorgrave.
Wow, he's got a name. It's kind of long and annoying.
He turns around and sees you all start to enter, and he goes, hello. It's been such a long time. Welcome back. Welcome back. How can I help it? Are you friends of our esteemed professor over here?
Yes. These are my friends. From chess club. Dragon chess club.
Oh.
Yes.
Maybe a deception check.
I love the fact that it was like chess club. Oh, okay, cool. Dragon chess club.
That's 11.
That's an 11.
Yeah.
We're quite big fans of the complexity, the 3 levels.
Yes, I understand exactly what dragon chess is.
Oh, of course. I'm happy to see students engaged in our clubs. A lot of you look too old to be students.
Yes, I'm more of a
Drink.
enjoyer of the art form of the game and a patron of sorts.
No, I see. By patron, do you mean one of our esteemed donors?
Well, looking to be in any case.
Oh, well, how lovely. Yeah, we can absolutely talk about that if you'd like to come to my office.
Actually, Lord Mulgrave, we are looking for a friend of mine, Zagarok, to have a chat.
He locks eyes with you, as you mention that, and he says, I believe Zagorak is actually in class right now. He'll be out in about 10 minutes, but
Great. In that case, we can chat with you if that's what you would like.
well, of course.
Question:
Yes.
has Lord Morgrave ever been actually friendly to M, like or this talkative,
Make me an
or
insight
is
check.
this like, yeah? That's an 8. I'm so wigged out, man. I'm wigged out.
Whoa,
Oh,
you have
God.
a life
Just put that
outside
on
of
screen.
school, man. Put what on the screen?
I just put like a chat between you and me that just said check your texts.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Check your text, James.
I'm just glad I didn't post the contents of that text. Anyway, I'm
It
sorry.
was
I'm sorry.
just-
What'd you roll,
Just a
Professor?
nipple. Whose nipple? We don't know.
What'd you roll, Professor?
That was an 8.
That was an 8. He seems a little more talkative, but he's always been like kind of hard to pin down. Like he's generally pretty stressed, and he's got like, you know, he's got some shady stuff going on that we've discussed before. But he's being weird, but he's always weird.
Cool. Cool.
Well, yes, we could sit and talk until Zagorak is done with his course, if you would like.
All right. Okay. Jenny Morgan. Can you just come let me know when Zagrak is out of class, please. I can't quite hear the bell from my office. And she just kind of like.
Such a drag, isn't it?
She just kind of like rolls her eyes over to you, and then looks down at whatever she was doing. She seems to be like sketching something. It's very good.
Must be finals week. She's a zombie.
Listening to Varuk Assault at max volume.
As he walks you up to his office, Basilisk, you're kind of casing everything, and you notice there seem to be a peculiar amount of adults that don't look like teachers wandering the campus. They look kind of like you, like investors, people with influence and money, judging by the affect of their clothes. And that you flag that. What do you do with that information is up to you, but you flag that.
I just sort of adjust my collar in order to activate the TED, because I figure like I have to actually touch it in order to use it, right? It's not just blink and it activates, right?
Right.
Yeah, just there's an awful amount of non-students walking about. Something to keep track of. Adjusts his tie and just continues to walk.
As he walks, Lord Morgrave is kind of silent. Do you engage in any conversation on the walk? It's a short one, but you have a couple moments.
So hey man, I'm like a prospective student here, but I've been seeing a lot of like suits around. Is that like normal, or is this like a college for like older people?
Oh, well, we're actually because we're entering finals week, we actually have people coming to check on the status of the university, check on grades, make sure that everything's kind of falling together. I'm sure that your donor friend here understands it's the proper time of year to be coming in and trying to get a piece of next year's action.
That seems kind of like a bummer though, don't you think? To have like big rich guys watching over your shoulder when you're getting ready for an exam.
Hammer.
While this conversation is happening, Hammer is looking around for signet rings.
And
Make me a perception check.
It's fine. It's a 7, but it's good. That's we have already said 7 is good earlier in this session, so
You have not spotted any signet rings.
I would like to pop open the compartment on my shoulder that Wilson the Warforged Weasel hangs out in, and take an
It's just
opportunity as we're
always there.
walking to the office to drop him off somewhere out here so that I could keep an eye outside of the offices while we're inside.
All right. You do that to no like discerning eye. Nobody really notices. Their familiars kind of all over the place, especially from all like the wizards that actually learn here. There's just the place smells like cat litter sometimes. It's terrible. You know this, Professor. But as you approach the office, it's down this long hallway that leads to a massive golden door. Outside the door, you see just kind of leaning against the wall this figure. She is dressed in similar robes to most of the students. She does, to anyone with a perception check of over 15, she does seem probably like a graduate student. She seems a little older than most of the students you've seen so far. But she's just kind of sitting there with a little notebook, and she's scribbling, and she sees you come down the hall. And she goes, "Oh, Professor Mulgrave, I've been really desiring to speak with you urgently about certain matters." Anyone with a passive perception over 15, you also notice as she closes the book, she is wearing an arm ring.
Damn it.
And Lord Morgrave goes,
Could have been something, but then she turned out to be a bad guy.
and then Lord Morgrave just kind of says, "Oh, Miss Essam, I wasn't expecting you today. Well, you know, I like to be I like to keep people on edge. You know, when I'm interviewing for the paper, we like to really get people on their back foot. Do you understand?" Sure. My friends, do you mind if she comes in and sits with us, or is this private business?
Oh no, it would be lovely to see the process.
Yes, Hammer.
I am just thinking Hammer could provide distraction so that you all could have private conversation by offering to give a person exclusive interview on Droska Fist of Sharn. Privately, of course. While you're talking to professors.
I mean, I want to see Zagarek.
Great. So maybe like not having.
Yeah, Lord Morgrave.
I'm kind of interested in hearing what this individual with the ring has to say to this
Okay.
headman.
So no. Yes. That's why we're Okay, so yes, we will.
No, that was.
I will not provide distraction.
She turns towards all of you and says, and passive insights.
Pen.
12.
16.
20.
It's good, I swear. It's a very good one. It's the one you want to have. 12.
That is the one you want to have.
All right, Music Box and Basilisk. You catch as she sees all of you. She doesn't appear concerned, but her demeanor sort of changes as she doesn't recognize you, but clocks you. And she says, "Oh, a pleasure to meet all of you. Betty Essam."
Marshall. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Marshall. Have I seen you before?
I mean, I've been around. I've been here, there. I mean, what about you? Where have you been?
Well, I've been
working for the been working for the paper as part of my graduate program. But tell me, have you read our paper?
Oh, have I read her paper?
I'm gonna say you probably haven't.
No, sorry. I've been really busy with my own studies.
Nice.
I'm sure you can tell me all about it.
What's your major?
Well, see, I'm actually in like the fine arts. So
Oh.
like, yeah.
How
I'm
wonderful.
gonna, yeah, you know, I'm stuttering. I'm stuttering. I'm studying that Bilious Shakespeare guy. You know.
Oh, I'm a huge fan of Billy Shakespeare.
Yeah, Romeus and Julio. You know, like
Oh,
that's the one we're working on right now.
I think that Romeus and Julio kind of falls apart after
Oh, of course.
Mercutius dies. I
Of
think that it
course,
starts
of
to just
course.
kind of lose steam. I'm actually much more of a fan of Mackie D's, which is probably
no.
my favorite. It's very
Well,
short, very easy to understand.
Careful where you say that, though. You know, just make sure it's dangerous. You know, the one I've been studying a lot recently is omelet. So that
Oh,
one's
omelet.
pretty good.
Classic,
Yeah.
absolute classic.
You know, he's holding like the pelvic bone and like talking to it. It's great.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. Oh God, who's the professor that's running the theater department?
You know, there's so many of them. Which one do you mean? Like,
Do I know
Dave-
this?
Do you know this?
There's-
Yeah, you do. His name
There's
is.
Dave Loxgenerian.
Can I say it out loud?
He's just going through like
Just
a bunch of
jump in.
different names.
Bill. His name is Frank Balford.
Oh yes, Frank Bulford.
Oh, Frankie! I love Frankie.
Oh, yes, of course,
Yeah,
of
like,
course. Anyway, I'm keeping
Frankie
you too
and I
long.
go like,
And it's
No,
nice to
no,
meet all of
no.
you.
Oh,
Lord
of
Morgrave
course.
is kind of at the door and kind of like trying to pull you all in.
absolutely. You know, I'd love to talk to you like separately afterwards, like if you're free.
Of course, I'm sure we'd have a lot to talk about. She says, kind of twirling her hair a bit.
Rogers.
As you enter the office, he
I hate him so much. And I have become
You
the
created a
thing I have
monster.
sworn to destroy.
I like how it started vaguely Californian, like stoner hacky sack kid to
And then
vaguely
it got
southern.
so much. Yeah, it got so much worse.
as you enter the office, Lord Morgrave kind of waves a hand, and 6 chairs appear around a little coffee table in front of his desk. And he's gonna just come up and like awkwardly lean against his desk and like slip a little bit, knock over a coffee cup, and then just like quickly try to prestidigitate it back together. And then he kind of looks back at all of you, and you also see, all of you can probably clock it, as he finally like releases his hand, because he's been kind of wringing his hands the whole time. He also has a ring.
Shit.
And he says, "So how can I help you today? Would you are you here to tutor, or I'm afraid we don't really have any more classes left in the semester."
No, more like looking for like what next year's gonna be.
Next year. Well, this is me stuttering. Next year is gonna be next year we're trying to expand a little bit more. We want to add another wing, which I feel like is where you come in, sir. What was your name?
My name is Thurston Howell the Third.
You're a third. Of the esteemed Howells. I'm sure. Yeah, lovely. Awesome.
And
Yeah.
actually, my investment in this current moment is it's such a lovely ring. Is this a class sort of thing? Is this related to the university?
Oh, it's and he kind of stutters and like quickly hides it. And you clock that Betty is also just like kind of looking intently at him. And
he says, well, it's part of it's part of like an alumni thing. See, I didn't technically graduate from here, but I've learned a lot here, so in solidarity I wear an alumni ring. As does Miss Essam here.
Oh, sick. Like, can I get one of those rings? It's like something that I can do?
Betty kind of turns to you and goes, oh, well, you'd have to actually have graduated from the undergraduate program, which...
Funny,
but
Betty,
you get
I
that.
did.
But he just said he didn't, though. Like, what's the deal then?
Clearly, this must be a new rule because I graduated with multiple degrees from Moorgrave University and I have no ring.
Betty kind of sighs, smiles, and turns to Lord Moorgrave and goes, you know, I think the gig is finally up. Why don't you tell them? And he goes, well, it's a little bit of a social club that
Oh,
we're
cool.
part of.
All right.
Elaborate.
I am just readying an action that the moment that I detect that someone is about to attack us, Draska is going to flip the table to cause as much chaos as possible. And so she's just readying that if anyone looks like they're about to attack us. for any reason.
Is that social club like our chess club, dragon chess club?
Yeah, is it like what we do? Like, that's pretty cool.
No, it's more like a shady club of people who have a lot of money.
Oh, all right. Well, maybe it feels like you're kind of uncomfortable about this. So maybe we should
Yeah,
back
that's
away
kind
from
of
this
how
topic.
secret societies work.
Yeah, I feel like maybe we should change the subject.
Basilisk.
I feel uncomfortable.
I look away from the doddering git and peer at the person who seems to be more in charge of the room. Sorry, what was that?
Are you talking to me, or are you talking about the dean?
Well, I think Dean's a very strong word
Yes.
for that, man.
Okay, cool.
Dean is a strong word for that man.
Yeah.
I presume, like the ring, it is honorary. I look to the woman who
More
appears to
about
be
the
in
git
charge
part.
of that dynamic. Perhaps we could bypass the codger for just a minute, and since you seem to be more with it, you could simply elaborate without the obfuscation and stumbling.
Make me a persuasion check.
No.
Will do.
Never getting tenure now.
Also a deception check.
Deception.
Make the persuasion first and the deception. These are two different things. You don't know why you're making this deception check.
That is fair. 11 for persuasion, so not great. Uh, 18 for deception.
Okay. She looks at you, and she goes, I would really, really rather that he, his most esteemed dean of the university, explain this rather than myself. I'm a rather new initiate, and so I would like to hear more from him. It's really interesting that he's willing to educate pure strangers.
Can I roll insight on that statement?
Yes, you can. It seems to be very directed at you.
Mm. So that's technically a 17 plus something. I forgot before when I was rolling it, I can just treat anything that's a 7 and below as an 8
You got
plus the
over a
modifiers.
20.
Probably. It's an 18 to start, and then I roll something else too. It's a D4, I believe. So let me double check that. Yep. Oh, no, sorry, it's just an 18. I don't get to roll anything else on that, I think.
All right. You get the sense, like...
Nope, sorry, there is. It is a dirty 20.
All right. So...
This is a dumb mishmash of a class and race.
So you, the preconceptions that you, as a player, have, Basilisk also has. But as you listen to her, you start to realize she knows nothing about any of this, and she's kind of trying to get information out of him as well. It seems like she's trying to take advantage of a situation that she was not at all ready for. And cautious of you, but seems to not regard you with contempt, but with just curiosity and caution.
It's going to sort of look at the dean for just hold that thought
Hammer.
for just a moment. Oh,
I just want to mention that Will's had his hand up for quite a while.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I'm so sorry.
If someone has a hand up and I miss it, please call them out. I'm bad at noticing those things. What's up, Will?
Yeah, I would have chimed in if it made sense to. I didn't want to interrupt anything. I would like to, while that conversation is happening, just like flash my vision between my familiar and I would like to have Wilson like watch the door to make sure that no one's congregating outside of this office while this is going down, because this feels like a tense situation.
Give me a perception check for Wilson.
All right. Does this involve hearing or smell?
Hearing, yes.
All right. He gets advantage then. So that's going to be a 12.
The only thing that Wilson really notices is that the hallways start to be clearing more and more, and it's getting quieter and quieter.
I will hit hit the tattoo and let everyone know that.
With that new burst of information, Basilisk is going to walk over to the young lady. Well, sort of looking at the dean going, just one. Perhaps we could work together if I knew who interests you represented.
Persuasion check.
My best skill. Oh, I was so close to being really, really good. That's a 15.
If only there was like a bard or
15.
Only we had a marshal on hand.
She kind of looks at you and says,
I'm saying this to her.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
She just kind of looks into your eyes and she breathes a heavy sigh and goes, you Brailish are very, non-subtle, are you? Aren't you? And she reaches into her cloak and pulls out a gun and points it at the dean. And she stands up and she says, listen, you fat fuck. We are trying to save the world here, I assume. Where is Zagorak, and why won't you let me see him? And he is kind of like backed up and he puts his hands up at the sight of this gun. Yes, Basilisk.
I think Draska may have been gearing up to say something. I was
Yeah.
just gonna take the gun out too, as long as like that sort of same motion happens.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
I am now thinking that Raska is now going to stand up and use her whole flip table.
Do it.
she is going to stand up to full height, so that she can help in whatever intimidation needs to be done in order for people to get
All
to
right.
talking.
The hand on my blade as
Mhm.
well. Just ready
Whoa.
Please, we have no. Well, I have no weapons. I don't have anything. What? Would you really let them do this to me? This is really not. Who are you?
As this, would like to be pointing the gun at her. This little draw session, just.
You're
Oh,
pointing
and
the gun
where
at
the
her?
unsubtle. Yeah, because she's the one that put out the gun, right?
Yeah, you're pointing it at her.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Just and we're the unsubtle ones.
I'm
I
just following
don't know
your
what's
lead.
going on.
Well, she's so just so you're clear, just so we're all clear, she's saying, "Where is Zagreus, who is the person we are trying to meet with, and why won't you let him see him?" So basically, she's saying that he's actually hiding her. And
Okay.
This is all
See,
a stalling
That's the
technique.
impression.
I, the player, misunderstood. It sort of seemed like she was just going, well, let's just go up with a bang kind of thing. It didn't
Yeah.
click in my head, so
Um,
appreciate that.
She sees
I
that you're
won't
being non-subtle, and so she's gonna be non-subtle.
Yeah, okay. So can I retract that slightly just
Of
to...
course, yeah.
I'll just... The gun will be out, but it won't be at her or anyone. It's just like if she has some information, I'm just going to let her just needle him with it.
Do we know any like phrases that we could say that would clue someone into the fact that we're Dark Lanterns? Is there anything like that we're keen about?
And in a similar vein, did her accent give
was
away
gonna
where
say-
she's from?
Her accent is a Thrain accent. So
Spell
I
it?
wouldn't say particularly because whoever this person is, they're probably not a Dark Lantern or anything associated with that. Thrain and Braylon don't really get along all that well.
Gotcha.
Oh no, are they the Russia to our
No.
1970s America?
No, that was Karna.
I'd say they're more like North Korea.
Yeah.
Fair.
Whoa, guys, this is getting a little heavy. What's going on here?
Talk, she says. And the dean kind of looks at the rest of you, waiting for you to say something.
I
Man,
was
she's
to
got
our
a-
professor.
Man, she's got a gun, man. I'd say answer her questions.
Yes, I would speak up.
I'm sorry to say it, but you really can't stop what's coming. No matter what you do to me. What the Shadow Cabinet wants, the Shadow Cabinet gets.
Sorry, it's totally name.
And as soon as he says that, you start to hear screaming. And the sounds of voices yelling coming from down the hallway. And he says, "TikTok lanterns."
Well, I guess the gig is up for us as well.
Yeah, he's no.
What's Wilson see?
Wilson hears all this immediately and sees those business-like looking people immediately just and they're wearing the same black outfits and masks.
Son of a bitch.
More fiends on the way.
Huh.
Actually, I said that out loud.
You,
Now-
Thrain woman, are you with or against this shit? Because I need clear lines right now, please.
We both want Zagorak, probably for similar reasons, and we both don't like whatever the fuck is going on out there.
Wonderful. I propose temporary truce until we can figure out what the fuck is going on, and then after that we'll renegotiate.
Fair enough.
Wonderful.
And she looks at you, Professor, and says, was it?
Yes.
May I murder this person?
I feel like he's not useful to us murdered. You know what I mean? A
Yeah.
hostage could be interesting. I know he's probably a little man in this whole situation, but we can at least test it out.
I could put him in a bubble for 10 minutes.
We could put him in a bubble for 10 minutes.
We could also murder him and then pretend to be him. That's not really an issue here.
That would have been my
We will
go-to.
retrieve his knowledge.
That would have been my go-to, she says to you, Music Box, and she takes the gun and just hits him across the head, and he immediately falls to the ground. Then she shifts, pale-skinned, long white hair, and like completely white eyes.
I think I don't know. My goodness.
Let's get to work, you Brailish bastards. And she cocks her gun and opens the door.
You smelly Thrain piece of shit. Let's go.
And as you exit the doors into the halls of the now under siege Moorgrave University, we will end our session.
I was not expecting that.
Is that a good? I was not expecting that.
Yeah, it's great. My mind is blown.
Music Box has a love interest. What?
That too.
Can I? I don't know if anyone picked up on it, but do you remember what her name was?
Betty something.
Betty.
Betty SM.
Betty.
BDSM.
Ah.
That's hilarious.
Wow.
I was so proud of that one. I've been
SM.
sitting on that for 2 weeks.
Betty SM. That's excellent.
Yeah.
Yes, no, that's your new girlfriend there, Music Box.
Oh man, it's great. It's just look, it's Betty and Marshall, you guys.
It's beautiful.
All right.
It's gonna be
thank
real
you.
awkward when I steal her.
That's the kind of PvP
you-
we need.
Are you
Yeah.
sure that it's gonna be her that you're stealing?
Oh.
Well, whichever. I'm still going to be on top.
Yeah, that's probably true.
So
Well, one of your orifices will be doing that exactly.
Look, all I'm saying is that we could both be the same person, whoever you choose, and then we just have a great time.
Changelings.
You okay,
Wait,
James?
is
Gonna
music
make
Did we
box
break?
now?
We broke James.
oh no,
Wait.
this hasn't broken me. I'm trying to recover. Thank you for joining. Thank you for
I'm
joining
trying
us
to
this
contemplate
evening.
that situation.
Someone get a push
This has
pin
been
for
a
James.
welcome. This has been a wonderful game. I'm very excited to be back. I love all these people as much as I feel like I'm lying sometimes. And
Thanks.
please join us again for we are coming back with Knights of the Clawed Table on this coming Wednesday. We'll be back with Eberron next week on Friday. We have an upcoming game. Can you talk a bit about that, Ben?
Yeah. Early March, we are doing a Court of Fey and Flowers style game with all Archfey kind of political stuff run by GM Dreamy Kind of Day, who has been on the channel for quite a while. And we have some people from Bards of New York, some old friends of our channel, some new friends of the channel, and then one of your friends, James, actually as well. So it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be messy. It's a Frankenstein system between Good Society and Kids on Brooms, and we're gonna throw some paint at the wall and see what sticks.
And speaking of throwing paint at the wall and seeing what sticks, we are
trying to bring more people into the clickety clackety packety. So if you have something that you'd like to run, something you'd like to play, something you'd like to do on the channel, you may join our Discord and chat with us and see if we can cook something up. We're always welcome to. We're always looking for more stuff to do, so you're welcome to shoot that stuff at us.
Something we haven't said in a very long time that I feel like we need to say is all of our links and stuff are down in the doodly doos.
Yeah, they're in the doobly doos. Exactly. Excellent. Everybody plug your plug where you can be found if you have stuff that you'd like to plug. Here. Graham.
You can find me most of the time over at Knights of Silver Moon. We have a Kids on Bikes game that's running on Mondays with Ben and Trevor, and then Tuesdays our regular D&D game, Game of Santos, where I play a warlock who is a different kind of flirty.
I'm sensing a theme with you. Lovely.
I only respond to the energy that I'm given.
Buy wife energy. He's got buy wife energy.
All right, Helena.
Hi everyone. I'm Helena. Still, even after all of that, and you can find me at Kitty Crafto. I know, right? Like I feel different. You can find me at Kitty Crafto on all the social medias. If you're interested in my weird art stuff, I did some of these lovely, or all of these little character arts here. They're still whips, they're works in progresses, but if you want to hire me to do a rendering of your very own TTRPG character, go to kittycrafto_art on Instagram, and talk to me there. I'm pretty nice. That's it.
Except for that one time that you weren't really nice. You were just kind of nice.
It's kind of nice.
Everyone has had moments that they're not really nice. I have a lot of them. Mostly
yeah,
as a
I know,
DM.
James. A lot of them have been today.
Ben, I know I love you more than just about anything else in the world besides my partner and her children.
The longer that sentence went, the further down the list Ben
Besides,
went.
besides my partner and my children and my parents and my cousins
and
my favorite pair of shoes.
It's actually really nice.
and then my teachers in college and my
And then my pharmacist is kind of nice to me.
Is really
so...
nice to me too. So you're probably
I'm
just
really
below that.
partial to my marble collection from when I was 8.
And then all of Wizards of the Coast. I'm like, they're right above you.
Oh yeah, just a beautifully, wonderfully supportive and just well-meaning company. Anywho, Will.
Specifically to you.
Hey everybody, I'm Will. I'm Will Wright on everything. That's Wright with a W. It's all one word.
Right as in right?
Yep, exactly. I'm a filmmaker and a writer, and I used to Twitch stream and probably will again in the future, so you can follow me here.
Smoogles?
Hello everyone, I am Smoggles. I do stream on Twitch. I am Smoggles11 on Twitch, and I stream on Saturdays at 12 o'clock Eastern and Tuesdays at 6 o'clock p.m. Eastern. Currently, we are going through Signalis on our Saturday streams. Tuesday we'll be doing something a little different, and you can find me on Twitter at Smoggles11 and on Insta at Smoggles11.
But are you a robot?
No.
It's not like something a robot would say.
No, it's specifically something a robot wouldn't say, because to clarify that you are not a robot.
I don't know. Smoggles, can you
click?
me...
Do you click that? You click that thing every time that says "I am not a robot" when you're doing the caption.
Smoggles,
do you not?
Smoggles, all I have to ask is how many guitars are in this picture?
That's a funny joke.
Ben, who are you? Where can we find you?
Just here. I live here. This is James stole my soul. I live here now. I'm bound by.
I am his warlock patron.
It's either that
Well, no, I'm more your patron because I'm the one who's bound. But you can find me here, and sometimes they let me go other places, but not usually. That's it.
Yeah, and
Clickety clackety, come on baggity.
you can find me at Jim Jam Hamgram. That's about it on Instagram. And yeah, I do acting and stuff. Don't really post much on there of consequence. But yeah. Once again, I'm sorry because I just realized as we're playing with these player frames that Music Boxes is ever so slightly below Professor's, and it has been driving me insane for half of the stream.
We do actually need to move them all down a couple of millimeters because the top row is actually right at the top edge.
Doing it live.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
You
Are you
I need to bring them all
Wait,
down a little bit.
I am sorry. Are you trying to move Draska and Zero out of frame? Is this what you're doing right now?
I'm sorry.
I
I'm
mean, it's
sorry.
easy to move
Draska,
Draska.
can you
She's
move the
unconscious so
stream?
often.
Lift the stream.
Lift the stream.
I carry the stream.
Our
I
portrait.
carry the
stay
team. I
where they
carry the
are,
stream.
and you move down there.
Anyway,
I carry the stream. She says.
everyone have a good night. Clickety clackety, please. Come backity.
Play the sax. Saxony?
The Saxony.
The Saxony.